What happens when defiance meets divine wrath? A king's gluttony for destruction turns him into a marionette of hunger, orchestrated by forces beyond his comprehension. Erysichthon, a name whispered with dread, becomes the cautionary tale no one wants to hear but everyone fears. He dared to cut down the sacred grove of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, a crime that echoed like a thunderclap through the annals of mythology. But what price does one pay for such folly? Picture this as a man, fueled by an insatiable appetite for pleasure, standing amidst the stumps of ancient trees, the scent of fresh earth mingling with his hubris. It's not just wood he's severing, it's the very essence of life, a gamble that would trigger a cosmic game of fate. In moments, laughter turns to screams, joy morphs into despair. Who needs the gods when you can feast on your own hubris? But hubris has a way of biting back, and Erysichthon is about to learn how true that is. Demeter, forgotten by many but not by wrath, weaves a tapestry of punishment that spans beyond mere mortal comprehension. She casts a spell that gnaws at Erysichthon's soul, hunger, an unending nightmare, a black hole that consumes everything in its path. He can devour the world, but never find satisfaction. A cosmic prank? A divine farce? The ultimate cosmic joke? His screams echo in the empty void, a king stripped of dignity, reduced to a shambling beggar, his belly growling louder than a lion's roar. Can you hear it? The laughter of the gods reverberates across the heavens, a mocking chorus in the symphony of his suffering. Erysichthon's desperation mounts as his flesh rots under the weight of his eternal hunger. Friends become foes, trust evaporates like morning mist, and betrayal lingers, sharp and bitter. He's a walking cadaver, feasting on his own desperation. Each mouthful of his own flesh becomes a grotesque banquet, each bite a reminder of his transgressions. Who knew appetite could become a tormentor? But within this twisted tale lies a riddle. Is Erysichthon a villain or merely a victim of his own desires? A man whose ambition turned him into a vessel of anguish, a tragic figure in a chaotic cosmos. As the fates watch with bated breath, the question lingers, is mercy reserved for the deserving? Or is it a luxury that the gods themselves have forgotten? In a world where nature exacts vengeance and appetite corrupts the soul, Erysichthon dances on the precipice of his own ruin. And you, are you still eager to bite into this tale? Or will you turn away, pretending you didn't hear the echoes of his hunger that haunt the winds? In this age-old clash between man and divine, one truth remains: sometimes, the most dangerous hunger comes from within. Are you ready to feel its grip? The ground cracked beneath my feet, dry and yearning, the dust swirling up like the ghosts of forgotten harvests. I could hear the muffled cries of the earth, a desperate pleading that clawed at my heart. A burning sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced with death, while the aching hunger of a land bereft of life echoed in my bones. This was no ordinary day. It was the day the world lost its laughter, the day Demeter would become a name whispered with reverence and despair. I remember the moment it happened. A boy, just a wisp of a thing, stumbled upon me, his eyes wide with terror. "She's taken him," he shouted, breathless, as if the very air was poisoned with the weight of it. Persephone! The name lanced through me, a dagger made of ice. I saw the desperation in his gaze, and it mirrored my own. I thought of her, my sweet daughter, vibrant and full of life. She didn't deserve this, didn't deserve to be stolen away from our fields, our laughter, our love. I could feel the earth shift under my feet, and I squeezed my eyes shut. The warm sun turned cold, and the air crackled with an energy I'd never known. What will I do? I whispered, a question that echoed into the void, unanswered. A heaviness settled in my chest. It was the weight of loss, of a mother's anguish that spiraled into a darkness I could not fathom. Then, there was a flicker of movement, a shadow slipping through the haze. I turned to see a figure cloaked in black, the embodiment of despair itself. Hades, the lord of the underworld, his eyes dark pools that promised an eternity of sorrow. I felt the heat of rage bloom within me, igniting my spirit. "You will not take her!" I shouted, but my voice trembled. I was just a mother, a woman who had nurtured the world with every seed sown. He smiled, a cruel twist of his lips that sent a shiver down my spine. "She belongs to me now, Demeter," he purred, each word a snake coiling tighter around my heart. She will know a different kind of life, one devoid of your warmth. I wasn't just angry, I was shattered. The sun flickered overhead, the skies darkening into shades of morning. I could feel my power rising within me, raw and unyielding, as if the very essence of the earth flowed through me. You think you can wield her like a puppet? I challenged, my voice rising in defiance, trembling with the rage of 1,000 storms. You will learn, Hades! The earth will not yield to your darkness without a fight. I remember the tremors of the ground, the pulse of life that echoed like a heartbeat beneath the soil. It was a promise, the promise of crops that would flourish, of seasons that would change, and of love that would rise anew. But all I felt was the chilling grip of loss. In the quiet moments that followed, I could hear the rustling leaves whispering secrets. I saw the faces of my ancestors, those who had known the same grief. Each breath was a reminder of the life that flickered just out of reach, the laughter of children playing in sun-drenched fields, the scent of rich, fertile soil teeming with potential. It was too much to bear. But I refused to be just a memory. I remembered the ancient rhythms of the earth. I remembered how the first grain had sprung forth from the soil, how it had flourished under my care. I would not let this darkness consume me. I would gather my strength, and I would fight. Then there was her face, Persephone, with her wild hair and a smile that could illuminate the darkest corners of my soul. I saw her as a child, running through golden fields, her laughter spilling like a melody upon the wind. I would fight for her, not just for my daughter but for every soul that had ever felt the sting of loss, the ache of longing, the pull of the cosmos. I caught a glimpse of her vibrant spirit, caught in a dance between light and shadow, and I felt the tremor of hope flicker back to life in the depths of my heart. The thought of her, alive and free, ignited a fire within me, a determination that no darkness could extinguish. I turned my eyes back to Hades, my resolve hardening like iron. You think you've won? I spat, fury boiling over. You don't understand the bond between a mother and her child. I will bring this world to its knees before I allow you to keep her in your cold embrace. Each word dripped with venom, each syllable a vow to the earth itself. I could feel the energy shifting, the tension crackling in the air like storm clouds before the downpour. It was a race against time, against the cosmic forces that toyed with our fates. And in that moment, as Hades' laughter echoed like a harbinger of doom, I knew the battle was just beginning. I felt the pull of the universe, the grand tapestry of life weaving us together. I knew I was more than just a goddess, I was a force of nature, a tempest that would not be contained. I remember the moment when the first seeds of my fury took root in the soil, dark and rich with promise, whispering of vengeance yet to come. The earth would turn, the seasons would change. The shadows would writhe and twist, but I would rise, unyielding like the sun itself, until Persephone was home. And as the ground cracked beneath me, I felt the flicker of life stirring within the depths of despair. The struggle had only just begun, and it would echo through the ages, a reminder that even in darkness, hope could bloom, a fragile, defiant flower rising from the ashes of sorrow. She stands at the edge of the field, the sun hanging heavy in the sky, a molten sphere of fury, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers into the earth. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, her hand stained with soil, clutches a handful of withered grain, a heart-wrenching reminder of what has been lost. Her breath heaves with the weight of sorrow, each exhale a ghost of longing that fills the air with the scent of decay. A chill settles in the pit of her stomach, whispering promises of the relentless cycle of life and death. She feels it, that familiar ache, the echoes of laughter that once filled her fields now silenced by the void left behind. Persephone, she whispers, the name a prayer, a curse, a plea. The wind carries her voice to the heavens, where the shadows of Olympus loom, indifferent to the struggles of the earth below. She remembers the day, the moment her daughter was taken, a shattering of joy, a fracture in her soul that left a gaping wound. Hades, that dark lord, wrapped in the cloak of night, stealing her child away, dragging her into the underworld, where the sun's rays dare not penetrate. The air grows thick with despair, and she grips the grain tighter, feeling it slip through her fingers like her daughter, like time itself. In that moment of pure agony, the earth quakes, trembling beneath the weight of her sorrow, the fruits of the harvest withering under the sun's harsh gaze. She has turned her back on humanity, who now suffer the consequences of her grief. The fields lie barren, the people cry out for sustenance, but all she can feel is the hollow echo of her own heartache. There is a relentless pain in losing a child, a darkness that blinds even the brightest of days. And then there is Hades, his presence haunting like a whisper, a spectre that cloaks the land in chilling dread. He waits, deep in the shadows, a paradox of allure and terror, his dark eyes glimmering with secrets that could unravel worlds. He is not simply a villain but a flawed keeper of the underworld, burdened with his own desires and dreams, an echo of Demeter's own heartache. He, too, knows what it is to long for love in a world that turns away, to reach for warmth when every touch is cold. As the sun starts its descent, painting the sky with hues of blood and fire, Demeter's resolve begins to solidify. She cannot yield to despair. She must confront the darkness, must wrestle with the gods themselves to reclaim her daughter. She knows that her tears can summon storms and her rage can scorch the earth. She is the mother, the nurturer, but also the wrathful goddess who can shatter mountains with a single cry. Ceres, she remembers, her other name, whispered through the eons, a name that is an echo of strength and decay alike. I am the harvest and the hunger, she declares to the emptiness, fists clenched, and I will not rest until I see the sun in her eyes again. Each word is a vow, a promise forged in the fires of her pain. She feels the earth thrumming beneath her, a heartbeat sinking with her own, growing stronger, urging her forward into the abyss. And in that darkness, Persephone waits, the queen of shadows wrapped in the silken folds of sorrow. She wanders through the underworld, a kaleidoscope of memories haunting her, every echo a reminder of the life she left behind. She wears the crown of the pomegranate, its seeds a bitter reminder of the life she must return to, a cruel twist of fate binding her to both realms. She feels the weight of her mother's grief in the very marrow of her bones, a visceral connection that pulls her heart even deeper into despair. Mother, she calls into the void, the name barely a whisper, but it resonates through the shadows like a haunting melody. She remembers laughter, warmth, the softness of sunlight filtering through flowers. But the darkness is heavy, wrapping around her like a shroud, and she wonders if she will ever breathe in that warmth again. The cold is relentless, but within her stirs a flicker of rebellion, a defiance against the silence that seeks to consume her. In this moment, the air crackles with tension, the unyielding pull between love and loss, desire and duty. Hades, the keeper of the lost, watches her with a mix of admiration and longing, an understanding of the struggle that burns in her spirit. He offers her the world of shadows and secrets, a twisted comfort in the dark, yet he knows the longing for light will always haunt them both. He has taken something precious, yet he sees the fire in her eyes, a relentless yearning for freedom that both frightens and excites him. But as Demeter's feet pound against the ground, as she moves with the ferocity of a storm, she feels the ancient powers stirring. The earth trembles, the heavens swirl, and the very fabric of existence shudders under the weight of her anguish. I will tear this world apart to find you, she vows, her voice a fierce tempest that rises to challenge the gods. And so, the cycle begins anew, a dance of shadows and light, a testament to a mother's love, unyielding and fierce. Each heartbeat echoes in the stillness, a reminder that grief and joy are intertwined, that the land will weep and bloom in equal measure. The harvest will return, the fields will be filled with golden grain, and within them lie the stories of loss, love, and unbreakable bonds. As the sun sets, the sky a canvas of swirling darkness and luminous stars, the stage is set for a confrontation that will shake the very heavens. The clock ticks forward, time hangs in a delicate balance, a fragile promise suspended in the air. Each breath collected in the silence carries the weight of an impending storm, a reckoning that will redefine everything. Demeter stands firm, a beacon of relentless strength. Persephone whispers her name into the darkness, caught between realms. Hades watches, drawn into the tempest, a dark spectator to the unfolding drama. The moment hangs like an unstruck chord, a suspended note waiting to be played. And as the world spins on, everything trembles on the edge of a knife, the tale of love and loss intertwining, each heartbeat a reminder of the cycle that knows no end. The air crackles with an electric tension, thick and heavy, as if the very sky above is holding its breath. A gust of wind brushes through the sacred grove, rattling the leaves, whispering secrets only the trees can understand. There, at the heart of this ancient sanctuary, Demeter kneels, her fingers digging into the earth, raw and trembling. The soil is cold and damp beneath her nails, as if it, too, mourns the loss of something precious. She senses the heartbeat of the world, a rhythm pulsing beneath the surface, echoing the ache in her chest. "I remember," she whispers, her voice barely rising above the rustle of the wind. "I remember when life was vibrant, when laughter danced in the fields, when the sun blessed the harvest." Her heart is a storm, a tempest of grief and fury, and with every breath, she can feel the tendrils of despair threatening to wrap around her throat, to choke the breath from her lungs. Nearby, Elara stands, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror as she watches her mother. The weight of the world rests upon her shoulders, but she is just a girl, fragile and unprepared for the storm that is brewing. "Mother, please." Each word is a plea, soft yet desperate. "You can't keep doing this. You can't keep losing yourself to the earth." The shadows flicker around them, dancing like specters, taunting them with the memories of what once was a home overflowing with joy, a family united by laughter. "What do you know of loss?" Demeter's voice cuts through the air, sharp as glass. "You've never felt the sun's warmth snuffed out, never known the darkness that follows." She stands, her posture defiant, but her eyes betray her. They are wells of sorrow, reflecting the depths of her despair. The grove trembles with unspoken words, the trees shivering as if sharing in her anguish. Elara steps closer, the distance between them heavy with unspoken longing, unresolved conflict. "I know, Mother. I know it's haunting you. But you must find a way back to us. To me." There's an urgency in her voice, a plea wrapped in a desperate hope. But the weight of her mother's grief looms like a dark cloud, saturating the air with tension, a heavy silence that threatens to suffocate any flicker of light. The wind howls, and the once familiar scents of wildflowers and grass twist into something acrid, something bitter. It grips at Elara's throat. "Mother, please. The earth is not the enemy. It is a part of us." She gestures to the trees, their ancient barks gnarled and wise, yet they seem to lean in closer, absorbing Demeter's sorrow, feeding off it, transforming it into shadows. "Don't let it consume you." In that moment, the world around them shifts. Time fractures like glass, memories spilling from the cracks in a chaotic whirlwind. Demeter is pulled back to a sun-drenched afternoon when she danced among the wheat, laughter spilling from her lips like honey, sweet and intoxicating. She felt alive, vibrant, a goddess among mortals. And then, the chill of loss, of emptiness, carving through her heart. The laughter turned to silence, the warmth buried beneath winter's frost. I remember, each repetition drags her deeper into the abyss of her sorrow. I remember when she was taken from me, she cries out, and the trees shake, as if in mourning. But Elara won't let the shadows envelop them. With a surge of courage, she steps forward, her voice steady yet filled with a quiver of fear. "Then fight for what's left. Fight for me. For us." The passion ignites something within Demeter, a flicker of the fire that once raged in her soul. But the shadows are thick, and they cling to her, whispering lies, dragging her back into the depths. "Why should I, Elara? The earth has devoured my joy. It has swallowed my laughter." Her hands clench into fists, trembling with the weight of her despair, the earth beneath her seeming to echo her cries. "Because that same earth is where life begins." Elara pleads, each word a lifeline thrown into the churning void. "You're a part of it, and it is a part of you. Don't let it turn your heart to stone." A breath hangs between them, a chasm of hurt and yearning. And then, the wind shifts again, swirling with an intensity that makes the trees groan. It carries the scent of blooming flowers, of fresh beginnings, of hope. The shadows flicker, growing restless, as if sensing the impending storm. I remember, Demeter's voice falters, a tremor of vulnerability breaking through the facade. She looks at Elara, the girl who carries her heart, who is both her mirror and her anchor. I remember the warmth of the soil, the way it nurtured every seed I planted. I remember the joy of giving life. The earth begins to hum, a deep resonance that matches the rhythm of their hearts. Then let it remind you, Mother. Let it remind you of the beauty in the cycle. Elara's voice is fierce now, a tempest of passion that awakens something buried deep within Demeter. The trees lean closer, their branches intertwining, creating a canopy of whispers, each rustle a promise. The shadows twist, revealing patterns of light, of life, an intricate dance that pulses with possibility. The grove is a living entity, breathing alongside them, and for a moment, the air thunders with the weight of their shared grief and fierce love. I want to believe, Demeter breathes, and the world stills. It's a prayer, a plea, a longing that stretches towards the heavens, begging for redemption. The shadows quiver, and the trees stand sentinel, waiting for that one spark, that flicker of resolve that could ignite the dawn. But the darkness lingers, a spectre haunting every heartbeat. The air is thick with anticipation, a precipice teetering between despair and hope. The confrontation looms on the horizon, a tempest ready to break. And as the whispers of the grove swell to a crescendo, the world shifts yet again, teetering on the edge of transformation. I'll fight, Ilara. I will embrace the earth once more, Demeter promises, her voice a fragile yet unwavering echo that reverberates through the grove. And so, they stand together, mother and daughter, ready to face the shadows that threaten to unravel them. The sacred grove is alive, a heartbeat in the darkness, weaving their stories into the tapestry of existence, a promise of rebirth. But as the winds howl and the shadows loom, one question remains: can love truly conquer the depths of despair? The breeze carries the weight of their resolve, but the storm is far from over. The sacred grove is a crucible, a battleground where hearts will clash and fears will be unleashed. Their struggle is far from finished. This is only the beginning, the first step into the unknown. And as the dusk settles around them, the shadows whisper their secrets, promising chaos and transformation. The cycle is spinning, and they are caught in its relentless grip. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and despair, a silent testament to the agonizing fate that loomed over Erysichthon like a shroud. He stood in the flickering shadows of the great hall, his heart pounding not just from fear but from a perverse thrill that danced along his spine. He was a king, a title that should have filled him with pride, but instead, it only served as a heavy chain, dragging him deeper into the abyss of his own insatiable desires. His hands trembled, raw and calloused, as he clutched an empty wine goblet, the remnants of his last gluttonous feast still smeared on the rim, a grotesque reminder of the hedonistic spiral that consumed him. I remember the moment I first laid eyes on him, that towering figure, his face etched with a cruel blend of arrogance and despair. Erysichthon was a man who had tasted the sweet nectar of power and found it bitter on his tongue. He was a glutton, not just for food, but for everything life could offer: wealth, influence, adoration. Yet, in his quest to hoard the world, he'd unwittingly become a pariah in his own skin, a spectre wandering through a castle that felt less like home and more like a cage. The banquet had ended, and the laughter of courtiers echoed in the vast emptiness, each sound a taunt, each cheer a knife to his heart. They had feasted on roasted fowl and spiced wine, while Erysichthon had shoved food down his throat as if to fill a void that gaped wider than any banquet table. The more he consumed, the more he wanted. Their laughter rose, and with it, the spectre of his own inadequacy. Was this all there was to kingship? He could feel the ghosts of his ancestors hovering close, their whispers curling around him like smoke. They were disappointed, he could sense it. The weight of their judgment crushed him, yet he craved their validation, yearned to be the king they would speak of in hushed tones, a titan of indulgence. But there lay the seed of his undoing. Hubris. It thrummed in his veins, a maddening pulse, like a drum echoing through the quiet of a moonless night, urging him forward into the abyss. A king who defied the gods, a thought that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to whisper it among themselves. His actions had drawn the ire of Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, whose sacred grove he had dared to violate. Erysichthon had cut down her beloved tree, a towering symbol of life and bounty, its bark as smooth as the skin of a child, and he had laughed as the ancient wood splintered beneath his axe. I remember the moment his laughter turned to ash. The air had crackled with an energy that felt almost alive, a warning that hummed through the ground, but he had ignored it, blinded by his own need for excess. You see, hubris is intoxicating. It whispers sweet nothings into your ear, convinces you that you are invincible, that the natural order bends to your will. The consequences, however, are rarely kind. And there stood his mother, a woman of grace, caught in the web of her son's desires. She was a mirror reflecting his flaws, her eyes a well of sorrow that weighed heavy in the air. She could see the monster he was becoming, and yet, she felt powerless to stop him. Every time she looked at him, she was haunted by the child he once was, the boy who would chase sunlight across meadows, who would laugh freely without the burden of a crown. Her heart cracked a little more each day, each meal he consumed, each tree he felled, each laugh that rang hollow. Erysichthon, she would plead, her voice trembling on the edge of despair, do not underestimate the power of the gods. But he would wave her away, a dismissive gesture that echoed with arrogance, his eyes glinting with the fever of desire. Mother, the gods are but shadows, and I am the storm that will sweep them away. And so, in the stillness of the night, the moment struck like a thunderclap. Demeter's wrath descended upon him, a curse unfurling like a dark cloud over his life. Hunger, an insatiable, gnawing hunger, consumed him. No matter how much he ate, he could never be satisfied. He would bend over tables laden with food, his body trembling, ravenous, yet the moment he took a bite, the meal would vanish like smoke. A cruel joke played by the very goddess he had wronged, and it was terrifyingly beautiful. The laughter had ceased, the court had dispersed, leaving only the remnants of Erysichthon's feast, the echoes of joy replaced by an unsettling silence. He was a king, and yet felt so small, reduced to a caricature of his former self. Desperation clawed at his throat, and he could feel the walls closing in around him, suffocating him in their embrace. As his eyes narrowed in frustration, he could almost see her, Demeter, standing in the shadows, a wraith of vengeance with a smile that was both terrifying and lovely. I remember the taste of fear. It lingered like the scent of decay in the back of my throat, a reminder that all power comes at a price. Erysichthon, in his arrogance, had forgotten that he was not the master of his own fate. The choice to defy the gods had set in motion a chain of events that he could never hope to control. But still, he fought against it. "Do you hear me?" he roared, voice cracking as if it were glass shattering upon the stone floor. "I am Erysichthon. I will not be broken." But the echoes of his cries were swallowed by the shadows, fading into the night like dreams upon waking. His flaws wrapped around him like chains, each meal a reminder of his eternal hunger, every moment a mockery of the man he had become. In his desperate plight, he found no solace, only the chilling realization that he had become his own worst enemy. And as the moon hung heavy in the night like an unblinking eye, Erysichthon wrestled with the specter of his hubris, knowing that he had awakened a force far beyond his understanding. Time stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the weight of his choices. In that moment of despair, when the shadows seemed to whisper secrets, and the ghosts of his past loomed ever closer, he understood that hubris was a cruel mistress, and as he gazed into the abyss of his own making, he realized it gaped back, hungry for his reckoning. But the story, like the cycle of the seasons, was far from over. No, it was merely a pause, a breath before the storm, as the gods watched, waited, and plotted their revenge. Erysichthon stood at the precipice, heart heavy with the weight of his own failure, as the shadows beckoned him deeper into the dark, where the true reckoning awaited, and the hunger would only grow. The air thrummed with an inexplicable tension, a muted pulse echoing the anxiety in Erysichthon's chest. The grove loomed before him, dark and ancient, its towering trees whispering secrets to the wind. Shadows danced at their trunks, and the fragrance of damp earth mixed with the sweet scent of decaying leaves created an intoxicating allure. He hesitated, glancing over his shoulder, but the pull of the grove was a poison coursing through his veins. Greed glimmered in his eyes, fervent and insatiable. "I remember when I first stepped into this grove," he whispered to himself, his voice trembling like a fragile echo. "I thought it was a sanctuary. A home for the forgotten gods. Lies." The truth gnawed at him, yet he could not shake the hunger that clawed at his insides. The whispers turned sharper, like the call of a predator stalking its prey. Erysichthon took a breath, steadying himself, but it was a hollow attempt. He could feel the world quaking beneath him, as if the very earth was aware of his intentions. Then there was Demeter, her spirit lingering, a watchful guardian of the grove. She had whispered wisdom into the roots, sang songs to the blossoms. "Erysichthon," she would say, her voice like rustling leaves, "this is sacred ground. Tread lightly." But he had brushed her warnings aside, blinded by ambition, by the belief that he could conquer even nature's sanctity. "Do you hear the trees weep?" A voice shattered his reverie. It was his sister, Merope, trembling beside him, haunted by the specter of what they were about to do. Her wide eyes searched his face, pleading for a glimmer of humanity, for a spark of the brother she once knew. "They know, Erysichthon. They feel. They will not forgive." "Forgiveness?" he laughed, a hollow sound that echoed against the bark. "I am a king. I command the world. Who needs forgiveness when you can have power?" She shivered, her fingers tightening around the amulet swinging from her neck, a relic of their childhood. "But what of the cost? You're willing to sacrifice everything?" Her voice cracked, and the weight of her fear hung heavy in the air. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze. The grove beckoned him, an oasis of temptation, and he felt his resolve crumbling like brittle autumn leaves. He moved forward, a predator drawn to its prey, and with a sinister grin, he reached for the nearest tree, a magnificent oak whose roots twisted deep into the earth like ancient serpents. The first strike of his axe echoed unnaturally, as if shaking the very soul of the grove. It was a hollow sound, a taunt that reverberated through the shadows. He swung again, harder this time, rage fueling his muscles, but with each blow, a shudder coursed through the ground beneath him, the tree swayed, and a silence fell, an oppressive, heavy silence that wrapped around his heart like a serpent's coil. Merope cried out, "Stop! Please!" Her voice was a fragile thread, fraying in the face of his fury. "You don't understand what you're doing. The gods will not let this go unpunished." But Erysichthon was drowning in his own ambition, every swing of the axe blinding him further. The bark splintered, and the groans of the trees filled the air, a mournful symphony that clawed at his insides. The very earth seemed to pulse with anger, as if the world itself was recoiling from his sacrilege. "Do you think I care?" he shouted, his voice raw, desperation bleeding into defiance. "I am a god among men. I can command whatever I desire." And then, the air thickened, shimmered with an unseen force. The trees trembled, and a cold wind swept through the grove, carrying with it the scent of damp soil and despair. The shadows twisted, coiling around him like a noose, and in that moment, he felt her presence, a cold, distant fury. Demeter's essence surged, pulsing through the grove. "Fool," her voice echoed, a haunting refrain that sent chills racing down his spine. "You think you can invade my sanctuary? This sacred ground? You will pay the price for your arrogance." Merope fell to her knees, hands pressed against the earth, pleading. "Please, sister. Spare him. He is lost, but he can find his way back." Yet there was no reprieve in the air, only the weight of impending doom. Erysichthon felt the ground shift beneath him, an earthquake of wrath. The trees seemed to awaken, their roots stretching towards him, grasping. Each movement was a warning, a story unfolding. The axe fell again, a final, desperate swing, and then silence. Breath caught in his throat, the grove held its breath, a moment suspended in time. Then, a crack that resonated through the very bones of the earth. The tree shuddered, and with a sickening snap, it fell, a thunderous roar that echoed through the night. It was chaos, a wave of terror crashing over him. Shadows enveloped him, and a dreadful realization clawed at his mind. He had unleashed something far greater than himself, a curse that would twist his fate into a grotesque silhouette of his former glory. The laughter of the gods echoed like thunder in his ears, mocking, promising punishment. And in that very moment, Erysichthon became the prey of his own ambition, an eternal dance of despair beginning to spiral into madness. The ground around him pulsed, dark tendrils creeping up his legs, wrapping around him like chains forged from the very essence of the grove he had desecrated. "I remember," he gasped, words falling like leaves, "I remember when I thought I could conquer the world, but the world was laughing." The shadows thickened, and the grove sighed an ancient lament, as Erysichthon stood frozen, a king brought low by his own hubris. The trees whispered secrets of pain, and the wind carried the scent of betrayal. In the distance, Merope's cries faded into the darkness, a haunting echo of love lost to greed, and the grove, once a sanctuary, now stood as a testament to the cost of defiance. The air felt like a suffocating blanket, heavy with the weight of what was to come, an unending cycle of despair entwined in fate, darkness closing in, a tale that would never end but only transform. Erysichthon's laughter echoed through the dark woods like the crack of a whip, slicing the air with a cruelty that matched the fury of storms. He stood there, hands slick with the sap of the sacred tree, its ancient bark peeling under his relentless assault. The heart of the forest throbbed in protest, a low, mournful hum that whispered secrets of the earth. In his greed, he sought to carve his name into legend, but the shadows around him quivered, sensing the weight of his folly. I remember the stillness before the chaos, the moment when the air thickened with dread. The trees seemed to lean closer, their gnarled branches outstretched like skeletal fingers, witnessing the sacrilege. Erysichthon, a man of ambition, was blind to the wrath stirring in the depths of Demeter's heart, a goddess whose love for the earth was as fierce as the sun's relentless blaze. He was a fool, a tragic figure blinded by greed, believing that he could conquer nature without consequence. Yet Demeter saw everything. She felt the pain of the tree, its silent screams clawing at the fabric of her being. The goddess, usually a nurturing spirit, began to tremble with a rage that scorched like wildfire. Her body, once wrapped in the comforting greens and golds of harvest, crackled with fury, transforming her into a tempest. The world around her shifted, shadows deepened, the sky darkened, and the very soil pulsed with her wrath. Murderer, she spat into the wind, her voice laced with ancient power. You dare defy me? You dare to mar my sacred grove? The ground shuddered beneath Erysichthon's feet, and he laughed again, a hollow, desperate sound. He didn't yet grasp the depths of his mistake, didn't understand that a goddess scorned was a force of nature, fierce and unyielding. And then there was me, an observer caught in the throes of this cosmic clash, a witness to the madness. I felt the terror intertwine with a sense of dread. This wasn't mere myth, this was real, breathing, alive. My heart echoed the pulsing rhythm of the forest, each beat a reminder of the stakes at hand. As the goddess's fury grew, I saw how it seeped into the very roots of the earth, how it twisted the fabric of reality. The trees whispered warnings, and the wind carried the scent of impending doom. Erysichthon, oblivious to the storm gathering within the heart of the goddess, began to tear at the roots, his fingers digging in with a grotesque fervor. The bark splintered, releasing an agonized moan that echoed in the whispers of the wind. It was almost beautiful, in a haunting way. He was a man possessed, and yet, beneath that facade, I glimpsed a flicker of fear, a shadow of doubt creeping in as the ground trembled beneath him. But it was too late. Demeter's voice rose, a chilling melody that wrapped around him like a serpent. You will pay for this, Erysichthon. You will learn what it means to hunger. I could feel her power ripple through the air, a tempest of emotion that struck at the core of every living thing. The earth shivered, and the trees bowed in resignation, as if acknowledging their dark fate. Erysichthon's bravado faltered, and the laugh that had once roared now bubbled into a nervous tremor. He turned, sensing the weight of the world shift. I watched as his eyes widened and the laughter drained from his face, replaced by an icy realization. Demeter was not merely a goddess, she was the very essence of life, the guardian of the harvest, the mother of all that grew. And in that moment, Erysichthon became a mere shadow, a fleeting ghost of man. My heart raced as I sensed the pulse of retribution surging around us. The shadows deepened, swirling like storm clouds ready to unleash their fury. Erysichthon stumbled backward, his defiance melting away like frost in the morning sun. The wind howled with Demeter's voice, an ethereal cry that echoed through the forest, carrying the weight of her anguish and the promise of her vengeance. Your insatiable hunger shall consume you, Erysichthon, she intoned, the sorrow woven into her words sending shivers down my spine. I will carve out your soul and leave you with nothing but the gnawing hunger that will never be sated. The air crackled with electricity, thick with tension, and I felt it surge through my veins. The darkness around us vibrated with the energy of the impending storm, and I knew that the confrontation was inevitable. Erysichthon, once a figure of arrogance, now stood at the precipice of doom, the very embodiment of hubris. As he backed away, I could see the roots of his deed stretching deep into the earth, intertwining with the very essence of life and death. He was trapped in the snare of his own creation, a web spun from greed and disregard. The shadows whispered tales of despair, of men like him, lost and consumed by their own actions, turning to dust under the weight of their hubris. "Please," he stammered, his bravado shattered, "I didn't mean," but the goddess's heart was unyielding, and mercy had no place in her realm. I felt the ground tremble again, the world quaking with an intensity that mirrored Demeter's pain. Her wrath had transformed her, turning a nurturing spirit into a force of nature, a tempest that would not be quelled. Erysichthon's pleas echoed futilely, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. In that moment, the forest felt alive, thrumming with a pulse that resonated with every heartbeat, every breath. I could taste the fear, raw and bitter, as it mingled with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood. The night closed in around us, shadows lengthening, enveloping the scene like a shroud, the end of the world inching closer with each passing heartbeat. And just as the climax loomed, the moment teetering on the edge of oblivion, it all began to twist again, spiraling into uncertainty, leaving us suspended in that breathless anticipation, where time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable storm to break. In the suffocating silence of a moonlit night, the air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a noose tightening around the throats of the innocent. Shadows danced under the flickering street lamps, and somewhere in the depths of a forsaken alley, a scream shattered the stillness, a raw, unfiltered wail that echoed against the cold, unforgiving stone. It was a sound that clawed at the very essence of existence, a desperate cry for justice, for mercy, for anything but the chilling embrace of despair. But justice was a fickle mistress, and mercy, a distant memory. I remember the night like it was woven into my bones, binding me to a fate I wished to escape but could not. My heart thudded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat, as I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of my own guilt. I was no hero, I was a flawed ghost wandering through a city haunted by the specters of my past. My name was Callista, and I was marked by the Furies, not by choice, but by the sins I had inherited and the choices I had made. The Furies were not mere myth, they were the embodiment of vengeance, relentless and unforgiving. Their eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, a simmering rage that promised no reprieve. They were the shadows lurking in the corners of my mind, whispering truths that slithered under my skin. I could feel their presence even now, a chill creeping along my spine as I recalled the last confrontation, the moment when everything spiraled out of control. "Do you remember?" A voice pierced through the fog of my thoughts, a voice I knew too well. Lysander, my brother, stood before me, his face pale as the moonlight illuminated the contours of his haunted features. "Do you remember the day we chose revenge over redemption?" His eyes were shards of ice, and they cut deep, each word laced with the weight of our shared past. I couldn't escape the truth. We had been driven by rage, by the unyielding desire to right the wrongs inflicted upon our family, but in our quest for justice, we had unwittingly beckoned the Furies into our lives. Now, they watched us, their laughter echoing like thunderclaps in the recesses of my mind. "Stop it!" I screamed, my voice breaking, the sound reverberating off the walls like a primal cry against the encroaching darkness. "We can't keep doing this. The more we rage, the more they come for us." Lysander turned his gaze toward the shadows, his expression twisting in tortured understanding. "And yet, here we stand. It's too late, Callista. Their eyes are upon us, and our sins drag us into the abyss." The air shimmered with the weight of his words, and I felt as though I were being pulled into an unseen whirlpool, where guilt and despair collided with the memories of our shared past. The Furies were ancient, and they fed on our anguish. I could see them now, specters cloaked in shadows, their faces a grotesque tapestry woven from sorrow and fury. They emerged from the depths of my nightmares, their eyes gleaming with the knowledge of our transgressions. "You are bound by blood," they hissed, their voices a chilling symphony of anguish. "You cannot escape what you have wrought." I wrapped my arms around myself as if to shield my heart from their penetrating gaze. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, a reminder of the choices I had made, of the lives I had touched and shattered. The night felt endless, stretching out before us like a canvas painted in shades of despair, the weight of existence pressing down like a leaden shroud. "Lysander, we must confront them," I whispered, the fear pooling in my stomach like molten lead. "We must face our demons before they consume us whole." The words tasted bitter on my tongue, each syllable a reminder of the innocence lost to our hunger for revenge. confront them, he laughed, a hollow sound that cracked like ice underfoot. And what, dear sister, will that achieve? They are relentless. Each moment we linger, they tighten their grip around our hearts, feeding on our very essence. His frustration rang true, a sharp knife slicing through my resolve, yet I clung to the flicker of hope that sparked deep within. Still, we must try, I urged, my voice trembling with the weight of desperation. If not for us, then for those we've hurt. We owe them a reckoning. The shadows around us shifted, the Furies drawing closer, their presence a suffocating fog that clouded my thoughts. I could almost feel their icy breath against my skin, and the thought of their judgment sent shivers down my spine. They whispered secrets of our past, memories I wished to bury but could not escape. Every betrayal, every lie, every moment of weakness echoed in my mind like a haunting melody. "Do you remember the laughter?" I whispered, my voice breaking as the memory washed over me. "Do you remember when this city felt alive? When we were children, untainted by darkness." He met my gaze, his eyes reflecting a flicker of the innocence we had lost. But that was before the Furies found us. Before we became the architects of our own demise. In that instant, the world around us held its breath. Time felt suspended, each moment stretching into eternity. The truths we had buried clawed their way to the surface, and the Furies stood witness to our torment, a living testament to the choices that had forged our fates. "Perhaps it's not too late," I mumbled, the fragile thread of hope weaving through my thoughts. "Perhaps we can find our way back to the light, back to the laughter." But even as I spoke, I could feel the walls closing in, the relentless tide of the Furies crashing against me. Their laughter echoed through the shadows, an ominous reminder that the past was not easily shaken off. With every heartbeat, every breath, the weight of our sins pressed down on us, and the night deepened, wrapping us in its suffocating embrace. I remember the fear that gripped my heart, how each moment stretched and twisted as we stood on the precipice of confrontation. The darkness loomed like a vast ocean, ready to swallow us whole, and the Furies' whispers grew louder, drowning out our feeble hopes of redemption. In that heartbeat of time, I knew we were no longer just siblings but intertwined destinies, bound by the sins of our past. As we prepared for the inevitable confrontation, the weight of their gaze bore down upon us, an unyielding reminder that justice was not a choice, but a reckoning. And as the shadows closed in, the Furies danced in the darkness, their laughter a haunting lullaby that promised not an end but a continuation, an unbroken chain of punishment and pain. The night was far from over, and as we stood, trembling on the brink of our fates, I felt the chill of the cosmos pressing against my soul, a vastness that mirrored the chaos within. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver slicing through the thick, oppressive night. It cast shadows that twisted and crawled across the ground, creating a tapestry of darkness that felt alive. Somewhere in the depths of a forgotten forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, Erysichthon stood trembling, his hands shaking as he clutched his stomach, a cavernous echo of hunger gnawing at him. Each breath he took was a desperate gasp for relief, yet the emptiness inside him only deepened, expanding like a malignant shadow. The scent of fresh bread wafted through the air, rich and inviting, like a siren's call, and he felt his willpower slipping, unraveling like the threads of a worn tapestry. He was a man cursed, a victim of his own insatiable gluttony, and in that moment, as his eyes darted toward the distant lights of a village that glimmered like a cluster of embers, his heart raced with longing. He could almost taste the loaf, warm and crusty, crumbling at his fingertips. He could almost see the laughter of townsfolk gathering around tables, plates piled high, joy spilling from every mouthful. Yet here he was, a hollow husk, forever trapped in the prison of his own desires. But he was not alone. In the shadows, just beyond the reach of the moonlight, a woman watched him with eyes like storm clouds, his sister, Kaiwan, whose laughter had once been the balm for his soul. Now it was a ghost, haunting him as she wove through memories that felt both sweet and bitter. She had always been the voice of reason, but tonight, all she could do was witness his despair, her heart aching with a mixture of love and resentment. "Erysichthon," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, "you can't keep doing this." "I can't help it," he snapped, the fervor of desperation spilling over. "I'm starving, Kaiwan." "You don't understand what it's like to feel this gnawing, this endless," he faltered, the words slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. But she did understand. Kai-1 had watched him tear through feasts, eyes wild and manic, devouring the world around him as if the very act of eating could fill the void created by his own selfishness. She had seen the way he'd hunted down food with the primal instinct of a beast, an insatiable hunger that had once brought laughter to their nights, but now only left a trail of ruin. "You must stop," she urged, stepping closer, her voice steady despite the quiver of fear that laced through it. "It'll destroy you." "Destroy me?" he scoffed. The laugh that escaped his lips was sharp and jagged, echoing against the trees. "I can't be destroyed when I'm already a ghost. I'm already nothing." The moonlight glinted off his face, a mask of despair and desperation, shadows carving deeper lines into his skin. As he spoke, a rustle in the underbrush made them both freeze, a reminder of the world that lurked just beyond their desperate standoff. The woods had eyes, unseen witnesses to their plight, and the air thickened, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. Erysichthon's heart beat loudly, the pulse of his fear reverberating through the silence. "Please," Kai-1 pleaded, her voice trembling now, "don't let it take you." And then, in a moment of reckless abandon, he turned. The village lights beckoned like stars through a murky sky, and he lunged forward, propelled by the siren song of food, of warmth, of escape. Each step drew him deeper into his own madness. He could hear the laughter, the clinking of glasses, the smell of roasted meats, and his mouth watered, a savage beast awakened from a long slumber. Kai-1 followed, desperation clawing at her throat. "Erysichthon," she cried, the name tearing from her lips like a prayer, but he was lost in the thrall of his need, the cursed hunger that twisted his gut until it felt like barbed wire. The village sprang to life as he emerged from the woods, a vibrant tapestry of sound and light. The marketplace was bustling, filled with laughter and joy that collided against the rigid walls of his despair. He could see the tables laden with food, each dish more tantalizing than the last, and he surged forward, feeling the warmth of bodies brushing against him, tugging at his frayed edges. But as he reached for a loaf of bread, fingers trembling with anticipation, a sudden chill swept through him, a whisper of shadows that danced along his skin. It was a presence, a ghost of his past sins, the memories of gluttony that had haunted him like a relentless specter. The faces around him morphed, the laughter twisted into mocking echoes, a cacophony that drowned out the joy he sought. "What do you want?" he screamed, voice cracking against the night. "I'm trying to live." But with every bite he took, the hunger only grew. Each morsel tasted like ash, filling him temporarily but leaving behind a deeper emptiness. The people around him began to fade, their faces blurring as the joyous sounds warped into a haunting chorus, a monstrous serenade of his degradation. Kai-1 stood on the edge of the crowd, her heart breaking as she watched him lose himself, slipping through the fingers of reason like sand. She stepped forward, reaching out, desperate to pull him back, but he was slipping away, caught in the throes of a curse that had long since spiraled beyond her reach. "I remember," he gasped, eyes wide with terror, "the feasts, the laughter, the warmth, but those memories had become chains, dragging him deeper into an abyss that promised only darkness." The shadows closed in, wrapping around him like a shroud, the laughter turning into a cruel mockery that filled the air, drowning out any hope of solace. "I remember," he whispered again, each breath a plea for clarity, for understanding, yet all he found was the aching void, a hunger that could never be satisfied. As he stood on the precipice of his own destruction, Keone's heart ached with the realization that while she could reach for him, she could not pull him from the depths of his despair. The night stretched on, an unyielding sea of darkness, and the curse of insatiable hunger tightened around them, a noose woven from pain and yearning, threatening to pull them both into its relentless grip. In the distance, the clock chimed midnight, the sound echoing through the village. Time was a cruel trickster, and with each chime, Erysichthon felt the weight of his choices pressing down, heavy and suffocating. The moon hung like a silent witness, and in that moment, he realized the truth. He was not merely facing a curse, he was staring into the abyss of his own soul, where hunger reigned and hope flickered like a dying star. Kai-1 watched, tears glistening in her eyes as she reached for him, but the shadows called louder, and he took another step into darkness, forever bound to the hunger that consumed him. The ground trembled beneath him, a low rumble that echoed through the stillness of the eerie forest. Erysichthon stood in the shadows of ancient trees, their gnarled roots entwined like the fingers of lost souls grasping for salvation. He had heard whispers of a curse that would strip him bare, but standing there, heart racing, he felt the air thicken with dread. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves wrapped around him like chains, binding him to this moment, to his fate. Every heartbeat was a drum in a dark procession, each pulse a reminder of the hunger that gnawed at his insides, a black hole threatening to consume him whole. He could sense her presence, the spirit of the grove, a haunting reminder of what he had destroyed. It was not just the trees he had felled, it was the very essence of life, the joy intertwined with nature that he had callously trampled. He remembered her once lively laughter, the flicker of her emerald eyes, now dimmed by his greed. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, had sought to protect her sacred grove, but his arrogance had blinded him to the consequences. Erysichthon was a king, yes, but more than that, a fool, a glutton, and now a wretched soul at the mercy of forces far beyond his comprehension. And then there was Lysandra. She had once been the light in his life, a beacon drawing him away from the shadows of his insatiable desires. But that light had dimmed, choked by his ever-growing appetite. He could still hear her voice, laced with disappointment, as she confronted him, her heart breaking piece by piece like the branches he had mercilessly severed. Erysichthon, stop, she had cried. But he had laughed, seeing in her eyes not love, but chains, shackles he refused to wear. You don't understand, he had sneered. This is power. But power is a fickle friend, and Erysichthon was learning that lesson the hard way. As the curse took hold, he felt it first in his bones, a creeping, gnawing sensation that spread like wildfire, consuming him from the inside out. He looked down at his hands, once strong and vibrant, now pale and skeletal, the skin stretched tight over brittle fingers. Each crack in his flesh echoed his soul's decay. I remember, he whispered, the taste of ripe figs, the sweetness of honey on my lips. Memories flooded his mind, a cascade of flavors and laughter now tainted by regret. The transformation was not just physical. It gnawed at his very essence. He felt his mind fray like an old rope, thoughts unraveling into chaos. Every moment spent in the cursed grove was an eternity of torment. Guilt and shame twisted around him, coiling tighter, suffocating. He craved food, yet nothing satisfied. Each morsel he consumed turned to ash in his mouth, a cruel joke of existence. The more he ate, the hungrier he became, a grotesque cycle spiraling into madness. Lysandra watched from the shadows, her heart aching with a love that had become a battleground. She had seen the man he once was, the laughter that had danced in his eyes, but now he was a ghost of his former self, a twisted reflection of what ambition could do. She could scarcely recognize him, yet she couldn't tear her gaze away. Erysichthon, she called softly, her voice trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. Please, remember who you were. But he didn't hear her, he couldn't hear anything except the relentless roar of his hunger, the echoing void within. Shadows flickered at the edges of his sight, dancing mockingly, taunting him with the promise of relief that never came. Time was a warped tapestry, stretching and snapping as he spiraled deeper into despair. He was a marionette, strings severed, falling, flailing, lost in the cacophony of his own ruin. Why do you torment me? He screamed into the night, a desperate howl that reverberated through the trees, beckoning the spirits of the grove to witness his suffering. But only silence answered, a chilling reminder of his isolation. The moon hung low, a watchful eye, yet it offered no comfort. Each moment felt like an eternity, the cosmos swirling, indifferent to his plight. And then came the hunger again, a deep, gnawing pit within him. He sank to his knees, dirt and roots clawing at his skin, tears mingling with the soil as he begged for release. I remember, he choked, the taste of life. In that desperate moment, Erysichthon understood the price of his hubris. He was not just a king, he was a man, fragile and flawed, caught in the web of his own making. This wasn't merely a punishment, it was a transformation, a slow morphing of spirit and flesh into something grotesque. Lysandra stepped closer, her heart racing. Erysichthon, I can help you, she cried, the urgency in her voice clawing at the darkest corners of his mind. But he could see the fear in her eyes, the flicker of hope battling the shadows. Would she dare reach out to him, this creature he had become? "Stay away," he howled, and it was both a plea and a warning. The darkness encroached, and he feared what he might become, what he already was. The atmosphere thickened, the weight of the world pressing down on both of them. The trees whispered secrets, their branches swaying like trapped spirits, echoing the torment in his heart. Erysichthon felt the walls of reality close in. Was he losing himself entirely? Or was this torment merely the precursor to a darker fate? The hunger clawed at him, every moment stretching, bending, until time itself seemed to howl in agony, a cosmic scream that resonated through the fabric of reality. And just as he thought he might shatter, just as his resolve cracked like the very bark of the trees he had destroyed, the world held its breath. The night was pregnant with possibilities, the stars flickering like distant lanterns guiding lost souls. With every shaky breath, he teetered on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. The transformation was not merely a loss, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkest corners of his soul. Erysichthon's fate lay suspended in that moment, an unfinished symphony, a haunting echo that begged for resolution. Was there still a chance for redemption, or was he bound to become a spectre of hunger, forever reaching but never grasping? The trees loomed around him, silent sentinels to his despair, as he stood at the precipice of his own existence, teetering on the brink of a transformation that would change everything. And the shadows whispered, promising both terror and truth, as the night stretched on, endless and unforgiving. The wind howled like a banshee, a mournful cry that wrapped around Erysichthon like a shroud, echoing the agony of the forest he had just desecrated. The trees lay fallen, their trunks splintered, their leaves whispered away like secrets on the breeze. In the heart of this chaos stood his daughter, Lyra, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if she were trying to absorb the horror of it all. She had begged him not to cut down the sacred grove, had knelt at his feet, clutching his worn leather boots, her small frame trembling like a candle in a storm. But he had shrugged her off, consumed by a hunger deeper than the roots of the trees he'd felled, a hunger that clawed at his insides, insatiable and cruel. I remember the last time I saw her smile, Erysichthon thought, a cold lump forming in his throat. That morning, Lyra had danced in the golden light, her laughter ringing like chimes through the air. Now, that same air seemed poisoned, heavy with the weight of his actions. Shadows loomed, stretching out from the remnants of what he had destroyed, shadows that felt almost sentient, whispering his name, Erysichthon, the butcher of dreams. Across the clearing, his wife, Thea, stood rooted like one of the fallen trees, her face ashen, lips pressed into a thin line of despair. "You've lost everything for a moment's greed," she said, her voice trembling like autumn leaves. "What have you done?" Each word cut deeper, sharper than any axe. The accusation hung in the air, vibrating with the tension of their reality. She, too, had felt the tremors of the forest's heart, its pulse now silenced because of him. I remember her laughter, he thought again, desperately clutching onto the memory like a lifeline. But now, those echoes were replaced with chilling silence, a silence that wrapped around his family like a vice, squeezing tight. The forest was not merely trees and dirt, it was life, it was spirit, and without it, they were nothing. Lyra's small hands trembled as she approached a fallen branch, tracing her fingers along the rough bark. "Daddy," she whispered, voice small and fragile, "are the trees sad?" Each word was a tiny dagger, slicing through the thick fog of Erysichthon's indifference. He could not look her in the eyes. "Sad?" "No, not sad, just gone." "They're gone, Lyra," Erysichthon muttered, his voice a hollow echo of the man he used to be, the father he wanted to be. He felt a surge of frustration, of anger, but it spiraled back to him like a dark spiral, overwhelming him with guilt. He could practically hear the forest's lament, the groans of the trees he had once revered. They had spoken to him, had promised him strength, immortality, but he had taken too much. The very air seemed to vibrate with the weight of his hubris. Thea took a step forward, her brow furrowed with worry, but she paused. The tension crackled between them like a charged storm. "You need to stop this," she pleaded, each syllable a desperate grasping at straws, her heart breaking a little more with each word. "We need to leave this place before it consumes us." But Erysichthon stood frozen, a statue carved from regret. He saw the shadows dancing among the fallen trees, saw them reach for him like fingers of retribution. "What am I supposed to do?" They took everything from me." His voice thundered, drowning in its own roar. The forest's cries merged with his, and he felt the pulse of his own beating heart drown beneath the weight of his actions. Lyra turned her gaze from the earth to him, her eyes pools of innocence framed by the decay of his sins. "You're breaking the world, Daddy. You're breaking us." The words fell like stones, heavy and undeniable. He saw her shatter before him, each shard reflecting the man he had become, the monster behind a father's mask. In that moment, time slowed, stretched thin like a spider's web glistening in the early dawn light. He could feel the world around him collapse, the sacred balance tipping into chaos. "I remember," he thought, a mantra repeating in the confines of his mind. "I remember the stories, the warnings." The trees were not merely wood and leaves, they were life, they were history, they were the cool shade under which his family had laughed, the roots of their very existence. And now, he had severed them, severed the ties that bound them to the land, to the community, the village that had once flourished in harmony with the forest now stood at the precipice, teetering dangerously close to ruin. As night descended, the air turned thick with dread. The stars blinked above, cold and indifferent, as if mocking his plight. Thea stepped back, eyes wide with disbelief. The villagers were gathering, their murmurs like a distant storm, a wave of anger rising against the atrocities Erysichthon had wrought. "I remember the warmth of their smiles," Erysichthon thought, guilt creeping into the corners of his mind, gnawing at his sanity. "Will they remember mine?" Yet, in the depths of his despair, he could feel the hunger clawing at him again, an insatiable void that demanded to be filled, a need that eclipsed the love for his family, for his community. And as Lyra's soft sobs echoed through the clearing, as Thea's pained gaze pierced through his soul, Erysichthon realized he was not merely fighting against the villagers or nature, he was wrestling with his own demons, a battle that would end only when everything he loved lay in ruins around him. The whispers of the forest began to rise like smoke, curling into the night, warning him, pleading with him. But he was trapped in his own tempest, the cycle of destruction and despair unfolding like a macabre tapestry. And as the villagers approached, torches flickering like the fire of his own regret, he understood, the shadows he had cast were his own, and they would follow him, always hungry, always waiting. The grove stood cloaked in twilight, shadows dancing like whispers among the gnarled roots of ancient trees. Every rustle of leaves held a secret, every breath of wind a warning. I felt it, a chill crawling up my spine, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Adrastea stepped forward, her heart pounding against her ribcage like a trapped bird. She could sense the weight of something unholy lurking just beyond the thick, verdant curtain of branches. It was a place of solace, yet it felt like an altar of doom. "I can't do this," she murmured, her voice trembling, a quaver in the vast silence. The grove had always been sacred to her, a refuge where sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the soft earth beneath. But tonight, the beauty felt tainted by the urgency that gnawed at her soul. She was not alone, her brother, Lysander, lingered in the shadows, his expression a storm of anguish and fear. He brushed a hand against the bark of a nearby tree, as if seeking solace in its sturdiness. "I remember," he whispered, almost to himself. "I remember when we used to play here, how the sunlight turned the leaves to gold. How we were invincible. But now, that golden hue felt like a mockery, every memory bathed in an eerie glow." Adrastea's mind raced, thoughts tumbling like leaves in a tempest. They weren't children anymore. The grove, once a sanctuary, had morphed into a battleground for the heart. Their mother lay dying, a shadow of the vibrant woman who had spun tales of gods and monsters, of nature's sacredness, of the grove itself, a living entity that listened and healed. "I can't bear to see her like this," Adrastea's voice broke. "What if we lose her?" The air thickened with the weight of her dread, a tangible force that made it hard to breathe. Lysander's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, the kind that could flood a river or drown a city. "If we don't find a way to appease the gods, the grove will turn against us. We have to offer something of ourselves." The word offer felt like a brand against her skin, singeing the edges of her resolve. It echoed in the recesses of her heart, twisting like a knife. What would we offer? What do we have left? The trees loomed, ancient and unyielding, their gnarled branches reaching out like fingers, beckoning and warning. A shiver of dread threaded through the air, a reminder that the sacred could just as easily become the cursed. The grove had absorbed their laughter, their innocence, and now it craved something darker. "I remember," Lysander said again, his voice barely above a whisper. "The stories of sacrifices or of blood. Are we prepared to stain the earth with our own?" He stepped toward the heart of the grove, the ground pulsing beneath their feet, alive with a heartbeat that resonated in time with their own. Adrastea followed, her feet heavy as if the very soil resisted her. Each step was a question, each breath a prayer. The shadows thickened, wrapping around them, a shroud of anticipation that felt like a prelude to a tragedy. "Lysander," she called, but her voice barely escaped her throat, lost in the symphony of the night. The grove whispered back, a soft susurration that felt almost sentient. She could almost hear the echoes of those who had come before, the ones who had surrendered their spirits to the pines, the oaks, the very roots that cradled the earth. "I can't let you go through with this," she pleaded, panic clawing at her insides. She could see him, her brother, teetering on the edge of a precipice, ready to plunge into darkness. "We can find another way." But Lysander, with the embers of desperation blazing in his gaze, turned back to her, the flicker of hope drowning in despair. "What other way is there? We have to save her. The grove demands something, and I would give anything to keep her alive." The air thickened, a palpable tension that wrapped around them, binding them to the moment, a moment that would change everything. The grove shifted, its pulse quickening, as if it too felt the weight of their choices looming like a storm. And in that heartbeat, a flash of memory collided with reality, a vision of their mother, vibrant and alive, weaving stories that spun through their childhood like golden threads. The thought ignited something raw within Adrastea. "You can't," she shouted, desperation spilling over. "You can't sacrifice yourself." Lysander's face twisted, a storm of love and anguish. "What are we if we don't protect what we love? What good is our life if it means losing her?" Tears spilled from her eyes, mingling with the damp earth beneath her feet. The grove around them seemed to pulse, as if the very spirits of nature were watching, waiting for their choice. "Please," she choked out, her heart a drumbeat of fear. "Don't do this." But Lysander stepped further into the embrace of the trees, the shadows coiling around him, their dark tendrils reaching out like lost souls. The air crackled with electricity, an impending storm of emotion that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The grove was alive, a living tapestry woven with the threads of their fate, a fate that would bind them forever, whether in love or loss. "I remember," he whispered, his voice barely echoing above the rustle of the leaves. "I remember what it means to sacrifice." And just like that, the moment hung suspended, a visceral pulse between the past and what lay ahead. The grove watched, ancient and unyielding, as the final decision teetered on the edge of a knife, waiting for the inevitable plunge into darkness or the chance for an unexpected dawn. In the silence, the blood of the trees whispered, the echoes of every sacrifice made, every heart broken, mingling with the heavy air. Adrastea's heart raced, the weight of the world pressing down, every choice reverberating through the hollow space of the grove. The shadows shifted, a tapestry of emotions interwoven with threads of fear, longing, and an unyielding desire to protect, each heartbeat a reminder that nothing was ever truly sacred without a price. The wind howled like a banshee through the desolate forest, whipping through the gnarled branches of ancient trees, their leaves whispering secrets of the past as the moonlight painted the ground in silvery hues. In that chilling embrace of night, Erysichthon's heart hammered against his ribs, each pulse a reminder of the life he had chosen, a life lived in defiance, a rebellion against the gods themselves. "Fool," he muttered, fingers trembling as they tightened around the axe's handle, a cruel instrument glistening with the promise of destruction. He had come here, to this sacred grove, with a singular intent, his thoughts spiraling into madness, intoxicated by a hunger that gnawed at his very being. The tree stood before him, an ancient oak, its trunk wide and stout, an indomitable guardian of a realm long untouched by mortal hands. And yet, he aimed to cleave it asunder, to sever its roots and draw forth a bounty all for himself. I remember the first time I witnessed such raw greed. It was a minor incident, some petty thief snatching an apple from a street vendor. But Erysichthon's theft was different, the kind that echoed through eternity. It was the kind that drew the gaze of powerful deities, their anger like thunder rumbling in the distance. And yet, there was something intoxicating, something exhilarating about his defiance. "Why?" The voice rang out, sharp and accusing, slicing through the tension like the axe would cut through bark. It was Demeter, a goddess wrapped in the cloak of nurturing earth, her presence a calming counter to the storm brewing within him. She appeared, ethereal and radiant, yet cold as the night air, eyes blazing with a fury that could shake mountains. "Why do you desecrate what is sacred?" Erysichthon's breath caught, his pulse quickening as adrenaline coursed through him. "Because I can," he shouted, defiance igniting his soul like a blaze. "What is a god to me but a distant echo? I live, I crave, I want." "Your desire blinds you," she replied, her voice an echo of thunder, shaking the very foundations of the grove. "Look at yourself, Erysichthon. What are you beyond this insatiable hunger?" His laughter, harsh and bitter, filled the air around them. "I am nothing. And yet I am everything. I am a man who dares to defy. I will not bow to the whims of gods who think they own the earth." But he could feel the truth creeping in, gnawing, festering. Beneath the bravado, a flicker of fear, a whisper of uncertainty. What was he, indeed? A man swallowed by his appetites, a soul spiraling into chaos. He was the architect of his own ruin, stacking bricks of arrogance upon a foundation of despair. The goddess stepped closer, her ethereal glow casting shadows across his face, illuminating the conflict within. "You may take, Erysichthon, but know this, every action has its consequence." And there, within the depths of her gaze, he saw the truth, the shadow of retribution lurking just beyond the veil of his reality. A chill gripped his heart, but it slipped away like smoke, replaced by the fire of his reckless ambition. "Consequences? I know consequences well. I've defied them all my life." He swung the axe, the blade biting into the oak with a sickening crunch, splinters bursting out like screams of agony. But as the blood of the tree seeped into the earth, a deep-rooted connection between them, a visceral pulse throbbing through the ground, he felt a tremor, an ancient shudder coursing through the air. Something was awakening, something dark and old, rising from the depths of the earth. "Your madness will not go unpunished," Demeter cried, her voice resonating with the power of nature. "You will know hunger beyond measure." Suddenly, the ground quaked, and Erysichthon staggered, his laughter turning to a gasp. The world around him seemed to warp, shadows lengthening, twisting into shapes he could not comprehend. He felt the gnawing hunger at the edges of his mind flare into a raging inferno, a beast unleashed that would consume him whole. "Damn you," he roared into the night, rage mingling with desperation. "I will not fear. I am the master of my fate." Yet as the words left his lips, he felt their emptiness reverberate back at him, a mockery of his bravado. He turned, wild-eyed, desperate for escape, only to find that the forest had closed in around him. The shadows danced like specters of the damned, whispering the stories of all those who had dared to trespass in sacred places, of mortals consumed by their own desires, of lives unraveling like threads pulled from the fabric of fate. Among those shadows, a figure emerged, a woman, her face familiar yet lost to time, her eyes pools of sorrow reflecting the weight of countless lives. It was his mother, her presence suffused with an aching abandonment that tore at his heart. He remembered her laughter, how it once filled their home with warmth, and how it faded into echoes of silence. "Erysichthon," she breathed, a soft tremor lacing her voice. "What have you become?" He wanted to scream, to argue, but the words evaporated like mist in the morning sun. All he had was the axe, trembling in his grip, and the haunting realization that his defiance had forged a chasm between him and the world he once knew. What is the worth of a man who defies the divine? Who believes himself greater than the cosmos? A chilling laugh rang out from the shadows, a voice that belonged to no one and everyone, a chorus of despair, a symphony of defeat. With every swing of the axe, with every splintering of bark, he felt the tether to his humanity fraying, unraveling like a tapestry worn thin by time. The hunger coursed through him, insatiable and feral, each pulse a reminder of the torment to come. "No," he howled, the sound clawing its way from the depths of his soul, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. But the trees loomed ever closer, their branches curling with the certainty of fate, and the hunger within him roared louder, drowning out reason, drowning out hope. And as the last remnants of night slipped away, the weight of his choices began to settle on his shoulders like the shroud of a forgotten grave, a reminder that in the divine order, mortals were but pawns, their defiance a fleeting flicker against the eternal night. In the hushed depths of night, where shadows stretched like fingers across the earth, a scream sliced through the stillness. It was a cry not just of fear but of anguish, a heart-rending wail that echoed off the stone walls of a forgotten temple, nestled deep within the mountains. I stood on the precipice, my breath caught in my throat, feeling the chill of dread seep into my bones. The air was thick with the scent of crushed olives and something metallic, something ancient and sinister. It whispered to me, "Pay attention." The sound came from within, a cacophony of despair that belonged to a figure curled on the cold marble floor, her dark hair a wild halo around her face. Asteria, the once proud daughter of a forgotten king, now reduced to a trembling silhouette, haunted by her own choices. Her hands clawed at the stone, bloodied and broken, as she begged for mercy from the gods who had long since turned their backs. "Please, I remember," she gasped, her voice a fragile thread. "I remember the sunlit days and the laughter that filled the halls. I remember love." But love had twisted into something monstrous in her heart, a betrayal that gnawed at her like a relentless beast. She had dared to defy fate, to love the one whom the gods had cast aside. And yet, in her defiance, she had brought forth a punishment that echoed through time, a curse that would bind her tightly to her own guilt. Not far from her, shadows moved, and there stood her brother, Lycoris. He had come to rescue her, or so he thought. The weight of his own failures hung heavily on his shoulders. He had watched, helpless, as Asteria had spiraled into darkness, and now they both stood at the edge of a chasm that felt impossible to cross. His eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight, fear battling with an overwhelming need to protect. "Asteria," he called out, his voice breaking, the sound reverberating against the walls, each echo a reminder of their impending doom. "You must leave this place. You can't stay here." But she was trapped, not just within the stone walls but within the labyrinthine corridors of her own mind. "They will never let me go," she cried, her voice rising to a feverish pitch, desperation clawing at her throat. "The gods have marked me. I am forever their plaything." Each word felt like a dagger, twisting deeper into Lycoris's heart. Time, it seemed, had become fluid, a cruel trickster. Memories danced around them like phantoms. He recalled their childhood, the games they played under the sun, the promise of eternity in their laughter. "Remember the day we found the hidden cave," he whispered, tears brimming in his eyes. "We thought we could escape it all, if only for a moment." But the laughter faded, replaced by the silence of despair. Asteria's gaze turned distant, her thoughts spiraling into the abyss. "I traded my soul for a fleeting moment of joy," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of her confession hung between them, heavy and suffocating. "And now I am punished." The temple groaned as if in agreement, its very stone steeped in the sorrow of those who had ventured into its depths. It was a place of sacrifice, of retribution, where the echoes of the past mingled with the cries of the present. The air crackled with electricity, the promise of confrontation looming like a storm on the horizon. Lycoris stepped closer, his heart pounding in his chest. "You have to fight this, Asteria. We can defy them together." His voice rose, fervent and raw, filled with the pulse of desperation. He reached for her, fingers trembling, but she flinched away, recoiling as if his touch were a brand. "No," she cried, the word escaping her lips like a lifeline that would sever their bond. "You don't understand. Love is not enough. It only leads to ruin." The shadows around them seemed to thicken, a suffocating blanket, and in that moment, the walls whispered secrets of past transgressions, of lovers torn apart by divine retribution. Every heartbeat echoed the fear that gripped them both. The choice lay before them, continue down the path of despair or rise against the inevitable. The weight of their bloodline pressed down like a shroud. "Asteria, I will not lose you." His voice trembled with emotion, and the intensity of his plea resonated within the hollowed space. "We are not their pawns. We can break free." The words hung in the air, fragile yet defiant, like a candle flickering against the night. For a moment, hope sparked in her eyes, a flicker against the encroaching darkness. "What if we fail?" she asked, voice trembling, the fear of failure as palpable as the chill in the air. "Then we face the punishment together," he declared, determination hardening his resolve. But before she could respond, the ground trembled, and a sinister laugh erupted from the shadows, filling the space with an ancient, chilling timbre. The gods were watching, their cruel amusement woven into the fabric of the universe. They reveled in the spectacle, the drama unfolding before them, a test of loyalty, of love, of sacrifice. Asteria fell to her knees, and Lycoris felt a pang in his chest, as if the world around him was collapsing. "No," he shouted, and the word echoed, bouncing off the stones, a desperate plea and a rallying cry. He felt the weight of his sister's despair, a tangible thing pressing down on him like a vice. As the shadows closed in around them, Asteria's eyes hardened, the spark of rebellion igniting anew. "Then let them come," she spat, defiance coursing through her veins like fire. "Let them witness our strength." Her voice rose, piercing through the veil of darkness, resonating with raw power. It was a declaration, a challenge thrown to the heavens. For in that moment, the nature of punishment morphed into something else, a battle not just against the gods but against their own fears, their own memories, their own brokenness. And as the shadows writhed and the laughter grew louder, the siblings stood united, clinging to the frayed edges of hope. They were marked, yes, but they were not defeated. Not yet. In the heart of the haunted temple, as time held its breath, they prepared for a confrontation with destiny. The air crackled with tension, the heavens watched, and the stage was set for a reckoning that would etch their names into the fabric of myth. The world outside continued to spin, unaware of the epic battle that loomed in the depths of one crumbling temple, where love and punishment danced in a deadly waltz, drawing them closer to a fate yet unwritten. The fire flickered, and with it, the whispers of the past merged with the promise of the future, binding them in a tale as old as time itself, a tale of love, loss, and the haunting nature of punishment. The forest breathed around him, a living organism pulsing with the kind of quiet that only comes before a storm. Shadows danced in the flickering light of the midday sun, long fingers reaching out like memories he couldn't shake. Erysichthon stood at the edge of the grove, the ancient oak looming over him, its gnarled branches twisted like the thoughts in his mind. He could hear the whispers of the trees, their rustling leaves speaking in a language older than time itself. It was a warning, a curse, or perhaps just the wind playing tricks. He felt it, a gnawing hunger deep within. It clawed at his insides, a ravenous beast that would not be tamed. He had once been a man of power, of riches, but now? Now he was nothing but a hollow shell, a ghost of his former self, haunted by insatiable cravings. Memories flickered, a banquet of opulence, the laughter of friends, wine flowing like rivers, but all of it faded like a sigh, leaving only the bitter taste of despair. From the shadows emerged his sister, Lysandra, her eyes wide with fear, a reflection of his own madness. "You can't keep doing this, Erysichthon," she cried, her voice sharp as glass. "We can't afford to lose more." Her hands trembled, and he saw the faint bruises of sleepless nights beneath her eyes, evidence of the battle she fought within her own heart. The weight of their family name crushed her, and yet here she was, pleading with him to stop, to turn back, to be the brother she once knew. He clenched his fists, feeling the rough bark of the oak dig into his skin, grounding him yet pulling him deeper into the abyss. "You don't understand," he hissed. "It's never enough." The hunger roared inside him, a wild animal gnashing its teeth, clawing for release. He could almost taste the flesh of the feast he longed for, the sweetness of fruit, the salt of fresh meat, so close yet eternally out of reach. "Enough!" Lysandra's voice shattered the air, sharp and clear. "You're not the only one suffering. Do you think I haven't felt the weight of your curse? Each day, I watch you slip further and further into this madness. It's not just you, Erysichthon, it's our family, our home. You have to stop." The words echoed in his mind, a haunting refrain. But how could he stop when the curse clung to him like a shadow? It was a punishment for his hubris, for daring to cut down the sacred oak, a crime against the goddess Demeter. He had thought himself untouchable, a king in his own right, but now he was a slave to his own desires. Each slice of flesh, each gulp of wine, only deepened the void. He could feel her disappointment, a palpable weight pressing down on him, suffocating his already fractured heart. Lysandra, he breathed, the name slipping through his lips like a prayer. I remember. I remember when we laughed. When we ran through the fields, careless and free. I remember, but the memory was a ghost, slipping through his fingers like sand, taunting him with what once was. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them, as if the earth itself was recoiling from his despair. The sky darkened, clouds swirling above in a tempest of fury. See? Even the world knows what you've done. Lysandra shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. You've called down this madness upon us. You've cursed us both. Erysichthon stood frozen, a marionette with tangled strings. His heart pounded, a drumbeat of inevitable doom. I didn't mean to, he cried, desperation threading through his voice. All I wanted was more. More. The single word wrapped around him like a noose, tightening with every breath. A figure emerged from the storm, cloaked in shadows, face obscured. The air thickened with an unholy presence, and Erysichthon felt the familiar cold grip of fear. You wished for hunger, Erysichthon, the voice echoed, deep and resonant, an ancient whisper that clawed at his sanity. And now you shall know it in its full, wretched glory. The figure stepped closer, revealing a pair of haunting eyes that burned like embers. You will consume until there is nothing left of you, only desire, a hollow echo of a man who was. No, he rasped, the word a futile protest against the inevitability of his fate. I can change? I can, but the figure silenced him with a wave of its hand, and the darkness tightened around him, wrapping him in its cold embrace. Lysandra's scream cut through the chaos, raw and piercing. Erysichthon, please! But he was slipping, sinking into an endless pit of his own making. The hunger transformed, morphing into something darker, an insatiable void that swallowed not just his flesh, but his very soul. I remember, each repetition a desperate plea, a futile grasp at the fading remnants of who he used to be. The shadows closed in, and he felt the ground give way beneath him, plunging into the depths of despair, into a madness that would consume him whole. What had once been the lively chatter of a man full of ambition faded into echoes of silence, and all that remained was the gnawing hunger, an eternal quest for a satiation that would never come. In that moment, he became an empty vessel adrift in a tempest, a spectre of his former self tangled in a web of sorrow. And as the night swallowed the day, he would not be alone. Lysandra would follow, caught in the whirlwind of his curse, each step echoing the devastating truth. They had become entwined in a darkness that promised only despair and madness. The forest watched, unblinking, as Erysichthon, once a man of power, descended into the depths of his own creation, bound forever by a hunger that no mortal could ever satisfy. And it was then that the trees whispered, a soft lament in the cool evening air, beware the hunger, for it knows no bounds. In the dim light of a dying sun, the fields heaved with the weight of unshed tears, a horizon stained crimson. Demeter stood at the edge of her harvest, a lament echoing in her chest like a funeral dirge. A chill wind brushed against her skin, whispering secrets of loss and vengeance. Her heart throbbed in time with the pulse of the earth, a living, breathing entity, caught between the mercy she longed to offer and the fury that surged through her veins like wildfire. I remember, she murmured, her voice barely a breath, the laughter of children, the lightness of summer. I remember the sweetness of ripe fruit, the joy of life. Each word was a ghost, haunting her as she watched the shadows of her once thriving field stretch longer, darker, clawing at her sanity. The memories danced and swirled, taunting her with what was lost. Across the field, a figure moved, a man named Elias, eyes like storm clouds, shadows of regret etching lines upon his face. The weight of his own pain was a palpable shroud, pressing down upon him. He had once been her ally, but the soil beneath him was now soaked in the blood of betrayal, a murder that had shattered their bond. Demeter, he called, desperation cracking his voice, you don't understand what they've done. But how could he? How could anyone grasp the extent of her grief, the shattering of her world? She had buried her daughter beneath the very soil he stood upon, the same earth that had cradled their dreams. "You think I don't know," she spat, fury igniting, needling through her veins like venom. "You think I haven't felt the knife they thrust into my back? I am the mother of loss, and now I am the harbinger of justice." An eerie silence fell between them, the air thick with unspoken words. Elias's hands trembled, reaching out as if to grasp the remnant of what once was. "I did it for you," he implored, his voice a frayed thread, barely holding together. "They were coming for you, Demeter." I had to what?" she interrupted, her voice rising, a storm brewing within her. "Had to kill? Had to betray the very essence of life? You misunderstand mercy, Elias. It doesn't come wrapped in blood." The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, a reminder of the darkness that nested in her heart. But the ache of regret twisted in Elias's gut, a haunting specter of memories they had forged together, nights under a canopy of stars, laughter that rang like bells. "I remember," he whispered, choked with emotion, "the way you used to dance, how your fingers brushed against the petals, coaxing them to bloom. I remember the warmth of your smile, the light that radiated from you." Yet, the warmth felt like a distant memory now, buried beneath the weight of betrayal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a veil of twilight cloaked the land. Shadows deepened, and the air grew heavy with the scent of impending rain. "You think your words can erase the scars?" Demeter said, her voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "Can they stitch the wounds of my heart?" A shiver coursed through him, and he fell to his knees, the earth swallowing his despair. "I'm sorry," he wept, tears pooling like rainwater on the dry ground. "I never wanted this. I never wanted to hurt you." Each word fell like a stone, heavy, sinking into the soil, swallowed by the earth that had once fostered life. But Demeter's heart was a battleground, between compassion and wrath, mercy and justice. She saw the boy he had been, the innocent laughter they once shared, and yet, the ghost of her daughter clawed at the back of her mind, a relentless reminder of the sacrifice made in the name of love, twisted into something grotesque. "I remember," she whispered, as the moon rose, casting a silvery glow over the scene, "the moment I lost her. The darkness that engulfed me, the silence that swallowed the world." The night breathed around them, alive with the rustle of leaves, the distant call of owls, a symphony of sorrow. "Demeter," Elias pleaded, his voice trembling, "please. I can't bear to see you like this. Let me help you. Let me make it right." But who were they kidding? The world didn't operate on right and wrong anymore. It was a dance of shades, and she felt herself teetering on the edge of a precipice, caught between two choices, one of vengeance, heavy and intoxicating, the other, a mercy that felt like a betrayal. The shadows deepened, curling around her like a lover's embrace, urging her toward the edge. "What is justice?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper, barely audible against the wind. "Is it standing here, watching the man I once trusted beg for forgiveness? Or is it something darker? Something that seeps into the soul like poison?" Elias, kneeling, eyes like two pools of sorrow, drew a shuddering breath. "Justice is what you need it to be," he said, his voice hoarse, raw with pain, "but it doesn't need to be your ruin. You don't have to choose the path of fury. Not when mercy is still an option." The wind howled, a haunting melody that wrapped around her, tugging at her heartstrings. "I remember," she choked, the sweetness of her laughter, the warmth of her embrace. "I remember what it felt like to have it all." And in that moment, the world blurred around her, a kaleidoscope of memories, of loss and love, of fury and forgiveness. Would she let the darkness consume her? Would she let it twist her into something unrecognizable, something that mirrored the depths of her pain? Or could she find a way to balance this torment, to wield both compassion and justice as her sword and shield? The moon hung high, a witness to their struggle. Shadows flickered, and the night seemed to pulse with uncertainty, a heartbeat echoing the tumult within her soul. And as she stood there, torn between worlds, the wind whispered a truth that felt both terrifying and liberating. The line between fury and mercy was as thin as a fragile thread, and the choice was hers alone to make. The wind howled through the barren fields like a mournful ghost, a shroud of dread hanging over the land. The sky, once a canvas of azure, now loomed with bruised clouds, pregnant with unshed tears. Each gust carried whispers of despair, echoing the plight of a village that could not escape the curse of Erysichthon. I stood amidst the ruins of what was once fertile earth, a graveyard of memories. The scent of decay clung to the air, thick and suffocating. It was a reminder that life, once vibrant and plentiful, had been choked in the very roots that had nurtured it. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a clock ticking down to an inevitable reckoning. I was not alone. I could feel the weight of two souls tethered to this tragedy, bound by the shared anguish of loss. Aislinn, with her sun-kissed hair turned to ashes, knelt beside the withered stalks, fingers trembling as they brushed against the dry soil. She looked up, her eyes two stormy seas, each wave crashing against the rocks of her despair. "How could he do this?" she whispered, voice cracking like the brittle branches that once bore fruit. "He had everything, and he took it all." I wanted to reach out, to cradle her shattered heart in my hands, but my own pain anchored me. Erysichthon, once a figure of reckless ambition, now loomed like a specter over our lives, a tyrant who had devoured not just crops, but hope itself. I remembered the stories, the laughter that once filled the harvests, the celebrations that danced through the fields, alive with joy. Now there was only silence, a suffocating void where splendor used to flourish. And then there was Midas, oh, Midas, with his golden touch turned to lead. He had once walked the fields with Aislinn and me, delighting in the abundance around us. But that had been before hunger twisted him into a monster. I remember, he muttered, a bitter smile curling on his lips, when the earth sang and our bellies were full. The contrast was a blade, slicing through the facade of bravado he wore. But his laughter was brittle, a thin veneer over the deep-set shadows in his heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight transformed the landscape into a ghostly silhouette. The place where the grove had once thrived stood now as a skeletal reminder of Erysichthon's insatiable greed. "He did this," Aislinn cried, her voice rising, a tempest unleashed. "He cut down the sacred trees, sacrificed the very essence of life for fleeting pleasure. Did he think he could outrun the consequences?" I felt the anger rise within me, a volcanic eruption of emotions. Each word she spoke was a match to kindling, igniting the fire of our shared outrage. If he thought he could satiate his hunger by devouring nature itself, he was a fool, I hissed. Now we pay, our families pay, the fields lie barren, our children cry for sustenance. The shadows deepened, thickening like a fog that seeped into our bones. Midas walked away, hands shoved deep into his pockets, retreating into the darkness, a man trapped by his own failures. I could only watch as the distance grew, a chasm widening between us, the weight of despair bearing down like the heavy clouds. How could he not see? How could he not feel the pull of responsibility? There was something haunting in the way he turned his back, as if he were abandoning not just us, but a part of himself. In the stillness, the earth sighed, a low lament echoing in the silence. I knelt beside Aislinn, the chill of the ground seeping into my bones. "What will we do?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper. "How do we heal this wound?" I looked into her eyes, those tempestuous seas, and felt the gravity of her question. Could we heal? The answer felt like sand slipping through my fingers. But the flicker of determination ignited within me. "We will plant again," I declared, my voice rising. "We will rise from the ashes. Erysichthon may have taken our harvest, but he cannot take our will." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. The specter of hunger loomed like a monstrous shadow, a reminder that every seed we planted might fall to the same fate. The weight of despair hung between us, a gossamer thread binding our fates together, fragile yet unyielding. Aislinn nodded, though her heart was heavy, and I could see the flicker of hope struggle against the gale of despair. "But what if it fails?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if the earth refuses to yield to us again?" "Then we try again," I replied, holding her gaze. "And again. Until we carve our legacy into the soil. Until we make Erysichthon's name a curse upon our tongues, a reminder of what happens when one takes and takes, heedless of the world around them." The wind howled, a wailing lament that echoed our own fears. but I felt the spark of rebellion ignite within us. We could not let this be the end. The earth may be bruised, but it was not dead. The fibers of life still pulsed beneath the surface, waiting for the warmth of our determination to coax them back to life. The darkness thickened, a palpable presence, but we stood together, two souls entwined by shared grief and defiance. "Then let's begin," she whispered, a newfound strength igniting in her voice. "For every tree he cut down, we will plant 100. For every harvest lost, we will toil until the earth sings again." The stakes were incomprehensibly high, the weight of our decision heavy on us, but there was a fire burning in my chest. Together, we would challenge the darkness that Erysichthon had summoned, and while shadows loomed, we would fight against the inevitable night. With every heartbeat, we pledged our resolve to the earth beneath our feet, our silent vow echoing against the howling wind. In the depths of despair, we found an ember of hope, a compass guiding us through the consuming darkness. And as the last light of day slipped away, the silence around us whispered promises of resilience, of rebirth, of a future waiting just beyond the horizon, untouched by greed. The night hangs heavy over the grove, a shroud of whispered secrets and shadows that seem to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. Erysichthon stands at the edge, a wild man clinging to the precipice of his own spiraling madness, the moonlight casting his figure into a silhouette of desperation and insatiable hunger. He feels it clawing at him, that gnawing abyss deep within, a hunger that devours not just flesh but the very essence of his soul. I remember the scent of warm earth, the dampness of the ground beneath my feet, the way the leaves rustled as if they were trying to warn him. "Stop," they would say, if only they could speak, if only they could break the silence that echoed with impending doom. But Erysichthon was deafened by his own hubris, that insidious pride, a poison coursing through his veins, whispering sweet promises of invincibility. He had once been a king, a ruler draped in the illusion of power, but power crumbles under its own weight, and he was nothing more than a man at war with himself. He turns, his eyes ablaze with a frantic light, searching desperately for solace in the shadows, but there is none to be found. His thoughts spiral, a tempest of rage and longing, a cacophony of desires that no feast could satiate. "I want more, always more," he mutters, each word dripping with desperation, reverberating in the stillness like a death knell. And it is there, beneath the gnarled branches of the sacred tree, that he makes his fateful choice. Cloaked in darkness, the figure of Demeter watches, her heart heavy with the weight of grief. She is a mother, a giver, and yet in this moment, she feels the sharp edge of betrayal. The tree, her child, stands sentinel, innocent and ancient, a witness to the cruelty of man. She remembers the laughter of children playing in its shade, the joy that bloomed like wildflowers in spring. But now, all she sees is Erysichthon, his hands trembling with a mixture of rage and desire, striking the trunk with furious blows. Each axe stroke is like a thunderclap, echoing through her heart. "You dare," she breathes, the words barely escaping her lips, caught in a web of disbelief and sorrow. The grove grows still, as if the very air holds its breath, waiting for the culmination of this tragic folly. Erysichthon, lost in his own demons, doesn't hear her. He's too far gone, too consumed by the shadow of his own making. "I am the master of my fate," he shouts, a war cry for the ages, but it rings hollow even to him. The ground beneath trembles, the trees shudder, and the stars blink in disapproval. Erysichthon doesn't notice, he is lost, spiraling down a path of his own destruction, blinded by ambition. The axe bites deeper, and with each swing, he seals his own fate, carving out a destiny paved with despair. And in that moment, as the sacred tree splits and splinters, Demeter's grief transforms into something far more fearsome. "You will know hunger," she whispers, a curse woven into the very fabric of his being. The shadows thicken around him, wrapping him in their cold embrace. But it's not just Erysichthon who suffers. The echoes of his choices ripple through the lives of others, a sister who loved him fiercely, who now watches him unravel from a distance, her heart splintering like the wood he tears apart. She stands apart, a ghost of a woman, Anthea, a mixture of love and fear swirling within her. "Come back," she pleads silently, her lips forming the words that never reach him, her eyes brimming with tears that taste of longing and loss. Erysichthon only sees the glimmer of his own desires, a mind clouded by the relentless need to consume. The world around him fades to black and white, devoid of color, save for the crimson of his own blood that drips from his hands, the price of his folly. And so the dance of hunger begins. Erysichthon's love for food morphs into a ravenous beast that gnaws at his insides, a cruel twist of fate as each morsel he consumes turns to ash in his mouth. He feasts on the very essence of life, but it never fills the void. Anxiety grips him tightly, a vice around his chest, squeezing out any semblance of sanity. More, always more, he gasps, his voice cracking, echoing through the hollow chambers of his heart. The nights stretch on, haunting shadows whispering tales of loss and regret. His laughter becomes a twisted mockery, a chilling sound that reverberates through the empty halls of his palace, a ghost of what once was. Anthea weeps for the brother she cannot reach, her heart heavy with memories of laughter and light, of days that once felt eternal. She feels him slipping away, like grains of sand through her fingers, and the emptiness gnaws at her. Erysichthon, she cries out in the dead of night, her voice an anguished wail that pierces the veil between their worlds. You're losing yourself. But he is too far gone, too deep in the pit of his own creation, his pride a shroud that blinds him to the devastation he has wrought. The confrontation looms, fraught with tension, a reckoning waiting to unfold. Each heartbeat a countdown, each breath a reminder of what is at stake. Erysichthon and Demeter, hunter and hunted, pride and punishment, a clash of titans that is as inevitable as the stars rolling across the night sky. And then, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, the moment arrives. Erysichthon, consumed by a hunger that has twisted him into something unrecognizable, is forced to face the echoes of his choices, the specters of his past that come clawing at his sanity. The grove stands watch, the ancient trees bearing witness to the folly of hubris, the very essence of life trembling in anticipation. Shadows stretch and curl like tendrils of smoke, a reminder that no one can escape the weight of their actions. And in that chilling silence, an unholy truth takes root, a reminder that every action, every choice, is a thread woven into the tapestry of our existence, and sometimes, it is the very fabric of our pride that unravels us. The hunger remains, unquenched, gnawing, a whisper that will echo into infinity. Darkness cloaked the fields, wrapping them in a shroud of sorrow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the soft rustle of leaves, but it was overshadowed by a desperation that sat heavy in the hearts of the living. I remember the chill that night, how it crept into my bones, a wretched reminder that hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered. In the village, whispers had taken on a life of their own, twisting through the narrow streets like shadows in the moonlight. She's gone, they said. Demeter's rage has taken her. The words clawed at my mind, an echo of despair that tugged harder with every breath. I could see her, the girl whose laughter had once brightened the gloomiest of evenings, Persephone, my sweet friend. And now? Now she was nothing more than a ghost of spring, trapped in a realm beyond our reach. Cora stood by the edge of the woods, her silhouette stark against the pallid light of the moon. She was a tempest of emotion, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her face a mask of turmoil. How could she muttered, more to herself than to me. Cora had never been one to shy away from confrontation, her spirit a wildfire that refused to be tamed. But now? Now it flickered dimly, as if the very essence of her being had been snatched away. How could Demeter let this happen? How can she turn her back on us? I wanted to soothe her, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with unuttered fears. I remembered the stories, the tales of ancient gods, capricious and cruel, wielding their power over mortals like pawns on a board. Their whims dictated the seasons, the harvests, our very lives. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, was revered yet feared. Her love for Persephone was a double-edged sword, one that cut deep as it promised renewal. But what renewal could come when her anger had stolen the light from our days? Maybe it's a curse, I ventured, my voice barely above a whisper. You know, the kind that lingers like a shadow. Cora turned towards me, her eyes glimmering with the ferocity of unshed tears. A curse? No. This is revenge. She has taken her daughter, and now she punishes us all. Her words landed heavy, like stones in a still pond, sending ripples of unease through the silence of the night. But what did I know of revenge? What did any of us truly understand about the gods? I looked at her, at that fierce girl who had once laughed in the face of the harvest's uncertainty, and felt my heart twist. We were bound by the chains of fate, yet there was a flicker of rebellion in her soul. I saw it then, the way she clenched her fists, a storm brewing beneath the surface. "If it's revenge, then we must make her listen," she said, her voice rising, the challenge hanging palpably in the air. "We'll make Demeter feel our pain." The notion sent a shiver racing down my spine. Would it be enough? Would our desperation reach the heavens? I imagined the goddess perched on her throne, her brow furrowed in disapproval, eyes like twin suns burning through our pleas. Would she care? Would she even notice the agonizing void her absence had carved into our lives? But Cora was relentless. "If we can gather the others, we can show her. We'll take our grief to the fields, to the very roots of the earth she claims to protect. We will not stand by and let our sorrow be ignored." I wanted to nod, to embrace this madness with her, but fear tightened around my chest. "And if she doesn't answer?" I asked, the question laced with dread. "What then?" Her gaze bore into mine, fierce and unyielding. "Then we scream. We scream until the heavens tremble, until Demeter herself cannot ignore us." A part of me quivered at the thought of standing before the embodiment of nature's fury, of pouring out our hearts in a desperate plea. But what was the alternative? To stand idle while Persephone languished in a dark underworld, far from the light that once danced in her eyes? The choice was an agonizing weight pressing down on my soul. As the night deepened, the air thickened with anticipation, the promise of a storm brewing somewhere just beyond the horizon. We gathered our friends, each a flickering light pulling us from the abyss of despair. Faces etched with worry, they joined our circle, united by a shared longing, a desperate need to be heard. And as we stood together, the world around us fell silent, the earth waiting for our words to break the stillness. I could feel the pulse of the ground beneath my feet, the heartbeat of a world yearning for retribution, for the return of its beloved daughter. The shadows stretched long, curling around us like the fingers of fate, and I closed my eyes, letting the darkness envelop me. I remember the moment when we began to chant, our voices rising like a sudden wind, tearing through the night. "Demeter! Hear us! Your children cry!" Our cries ricocheted through the night, a desperate prayer that clawed at the very fabric of reality. With each syllable, the tension twisted tighter, the air crackling with the electricity of our collective anguish. The woods held their breath, and somewhere, far above, I could almost feel the gaze of the goddess upon us. Will she come? I wondered, a flicker of hope battling against the darkness in my chest. Will she hear us? Cora's voice surged beside me, fierce and unwavering. She must! But in the depths of my heart, I felt the gnawing fear whispering, taunting me. Would our cries be nothing more than echoes in the void? Would we remain mere shadows against the brilliance of a goddess? The night stretched on, thick with tension and unresolved emotion, a tapestry woven with the threads of our despair. And as the moon hung heavy above, I knew this was only the beginning. The world trembled in anticipation, caught between grief and resolve, and I stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, my breath hitching as the shadows loomed closer. The gods were listening, and we were ready to confront the storm they had ignited. Night fell like a velvet shroud, thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. Erysichthon stood alone in the heart of the forest, shadows twisted and danced around him, dark spirits, perhaps, mocking his desperation. His stomach growled, a feral beast awakening, gnawing at his inside so violently he thought he might implode. He cursed the trees that loomed around him, ancient sentinels that had witnessed the unraveling of countless souls. The moon hung low, a sliver of cold light, indifferent to the chaos of his hunger. I remember hunger, he rasped, words spilling forth like blood from a fresh wound. I remember the first time it swallowed me whole. It had been a mere whisper back then, a gentle tickle in his belly. He had laughed it off, dismissed it as a fleeting discomfort. But laughter turned into screams as he tore into feasts that spiraled into nothingness, each morsel devoured, leaving him more hollow than before. Across the clearing, a figure emerged, ghostly pale against the backdrop of gnarled branches, his mother, Demeter, a goddess turned spectre of shame. She stood with her arms crossed, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "You think this is a game?" she spat, the bitterness in her voice a bitter fruit, ripe and rotten. "You take, and take, and take. But hunger, my son, grows feral when fed." Her words clawed at him, their truth as sharp as shards of glass. He shook his head, frustration bubbling over into anger. "You don't understand. I can't stop. It's insatiable." His fingers clenched around the rough bark of a tree, splinters biting into his flesh. He was trapped between the desire for sustenance and the knowledge that nothing would ever satisfy him. He was a man, reduced to a wretched creature, a slave to his own consuming needs. Erysichthon turned away, stumbling toward the open abyss of the forest. The moonlight flickered between the branches like the blinking of distant stars, mocking him for seeking something that was never meant to be his. He could feel the weight of his mother's gaze, a steady pressure, pinning him to the ground. "You think you can escape it," she called out, her voice now a low whisper, a soft wind rustling through the leaves. "You think running will save you?" He clenched his teeth, the taste of iron filling his mouth. "I can find something, anything." With each step, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, as if the universe itself was mocking his futile quest. He was a man possessed, a wanderer in a landscape of ghosts. The trees leaned in closer, their bark rough and unyielding, like the hands of fate snatching at his desperate soul. He stumbled into a clearing where the remnants of a grand feast lay scattered, a banquet for gods long forgotten. Tables overturned, goblets shattered, food spoiled and crawling with maggots, the remnants of joy turned to decay. "Look at this," he shouted to the empty air, his voice cracking, echoing back to him like laughter. "What cruel gods have abandoned this place? Where is the bounty I seek?" He plunged his hands into the remnants, a perverse glimmer of hope igniting. It was cold and foul, a feast of despair. "I remember," he murmured, blurred memories surfacing, laughter, warmth, the clinking of glasses filled with rich wine. But that was before his hunger consumed him, before he was marked by insatiability. "I remember the taste of victory," he whispered, "but it's gone, all gone." A figure moved in the shadows, a woman cloaked in sorrow, her face obscured. She stepped into the pale light, her eyes hollow, reflecting his own torment. "You chase shadows," she said, her voice gravelly, each word a haunting echo. "You think you can fill the void with flesh and bone. But what you seek is not here." Erysichthon's heart raced, a drum pounding in his chest. "Who are you?" he demanded, but the question felt futile, a plea to the universe that had long abandoned him. "I am hunger," she smiled sadly, an expression that twisted his insides. "I am the emptiness that devours joy. I am the echo of your greed, the spectre that follows you into every feast. You cannot escape me." He staggered backward, colliding with the remnants of the banquet. The weight of her words suffocated him, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The more he fought, the more it clawed back, a relentless predator. "No," he roared, but it sounded hollow, lost in the vastness of the night. "I can't be trapped by this. I won't." The shadows convulsed, writhing as if the forest itself was alive, reveling in his despair. Laughter rang out from the depths of the trees, a cacophony of derision, the sound of ancient spirits mocking his plight. Erysichthon fell to his knees, the ground cool against his skin, the remnants of a banquet turning to ash in his grasp. "I remember," he gasped, "I remember the taste of freedom." But those memories were slipping away, and the shadows grew thicker, wrapping around him like a noose. His stomach twisted in agony, a vortex of longing and dread. "I remember," he tried to stand, but the weight of his choices pulled him back down. "I remember," as the moon dipped beneath the horizon, a new hunger surfaced, one that gnawed not just at his belly, but at his very soul. Was this the end? Would he be forever trapped in an insatiable abyss, a puppet to his own desires? He looked up, searching the void for an answer, but found nothing but darkness. His mother's voice lingered in the air, a haunting refrain. "You cannot quench what you do not own." The shadows beckoned, promising relief from the agony, but he knew better now. There was no solace, no escape. Only the eternal quest, a cruel, unending spiral. Please, he whispered, a plea lost in the night, a surrender to the ceaseless hunger. In that moment, Erysichthon understood. It wasn't about the food, the feasts, the fleeting pleasures he chased. It was a deeper void, a hunger that had woven itself into the very fabric of his being, a cursed existence, a solitary dance with shadows. And as the last sliver of moonlight vanished, he sat amidst the wreckage of his dreams, a hollow man in a barren world. The forest sighed, a cruel witness to his eternal struggle, and the shadows crept closer, their whispers growing louder, drowning him in a symphony of despair. He was lost in the darkness, forever chasing the hunger that would never relent. The wind howled through the trees, a ghostly wail that clawed at the very fabric of the night. It was a sound that echoed in every heart in the village of Elysium, a sound that whispered of dread. I stood among them, breathless, watching as shadows danced upon the cobblestone streets, shadows that belonged to the lost, the cursed. The air hung thick with tension, a palpable fear that wrapped itself around our throats. This was the night Erysichthon's curse unleashed its fury, and we were its unwilling witnesses. I remember the flicker of candlelight, the way it cast trembling silhouettes on the walls of the tavern where we had once gathered for laughter, for solace. Now, it served as a fragile beacon in a sea of darkness. Felicity, my childhood friend, sat hunched over at the table, her hands shaking by the flickering flame. Her eyes, once bright and laughing, were now pools of despair. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath, a ghost of its former self. I wanted to scream that it wasn't our fault, that we were simply victims of a fate we never chose, but the words lodged in my throat like stones. Across the room, Tobias stood near the door, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles shone white. "We must act." His voice, raw and desperate, cut through the suffocating silence. "We cannot let this monstrosity consume us." I felt the tremor in his resolve, the weight of his fear. He had always been the brave one, the protector, but now even he faltered. I wanted to comfort him, to remind him of the countless times we had faced challenges together, but the truth clung to my tongue like a bitter aftertaste. We were powerless against the wrath of the gods. I remember the stories, the tales spun around fires at night, the cautionary whispers of Erysichthon, the insatiable glutton, cursed to devour himself in a fit of ravenous hunger. They were stories to scare children, to keep us from the edge of recklessness. But here, in the dim light, they morphed into our living nightmare. Each flicker of the candle seemed to mirror the flicker of hope within me, threatening to extinguish it altogether. Felicity leaned closer to me, her face pale, eyes wide with terror. What if the trees themselves are angry?" she breathed, as if the mere thought could conjure the wrath of the forest. I remembered how we'd played beneath the great oak, its branches sprawling like a giant's fingers, sheltering us from the sun's harsh glare. Now, it felt like an omen, a reminder of our betrayal of nature. "We can't just sit here," I murmured, my own voice trembling, the weight of urgency pressing down on my chest. The tavern door creaked open, and a gust of wind rushed in, stirring the candles into a frenzy. A figure stepped inside, cloaked in darkness, face obscured by a heavy hood. I felt the air turn cold, the hairs on the back of my neck standing upright. "Who dares to summon the wrath of a god?" The voice was low, a thunderous growl that sent shivers racing down my spine. The villagers recoiled, fear painting their features in shades of despair, but Tobias stepped forward, defiant. "We will not be silenced. We will not be consumed." I felt his courage like a spark, igniting something deep within me. Maybe we could fight back. Maybe we could find a way to appease the curse that bore down on us like a relentless storm. But then I recalled the stories, the blood-soaked endings, and I felt my knees weaken. "What can we do?" I whispered, the despair in my voice a mirror of Felicity's terror. The figure chuckled darkly, a sound that twisted my insides. "You think you can bargain with shadows? Erysichthon hungers, and his hunger will not be sated with mere offerings." My heart pounded in sync with the chilling rhythm of that voice, a relentless drumbeat of doom. I looked around the room, faces etched with fear, hearts heavy with hopelessness. "Please!" Felicity cried, tears pooling in her eyes. "We are innocent. We only wanted to live." The figure paused, and for a moment, I dared to hope. Perhaps, in our desperation, we could find an ally. Perhaps the forces that had brought this upon us could be swayed by the genuine plea of a terrified heart. But silence fell heavy as a tomb. The figure stepped closer, and in the dim light, I glimpsed a glimmer of something. Was it pity? The shadows flickered ominously, dancing as if taunting us. Innocence is a fragile illusion. Erysichthon sees only hunger. With those words, the air thickened, pressuring our lungs, squeezing tight until we could scarcely breathe. I turned to Tobias, his face set in grim determination, and my heart knew then that we had to act. We couldn't let the community drown in despair. We had to become the light that pierced the darkness. "We will fight back," I said, though I felt hollow inside, my courage a fragile ember. Felicity squeezed my hand, her warmth igniting my resolve. But the weight of our vulnerability pressed down like a boulder, and I could almost hear the clock ticking, each tick a reminder of the time slipping away from us, each tuck a heartbeat lost to fear. Shadows pulled at our feet, whispering secrets of what could be, and I felt the chill of destiny brush against my skin. As the figure stepped further into the room, the tension snapped, and I knew this was only the beginning. With every heartbeat, with every flicker of candlelight, we were drawn closer to the confrontation that awaited us. We would either stand as a united front against the curse or become just another tale told around dying fires. The streets outside lay still, but the storm within our hearts brewed fierce, ready to unleash its fury. "Let us not be the tales of old," I shouted, feeling the weight of my words lift. "Let us be the legends that rewrite history." The flames danced in agreement, and just for a moment, the shadows recoiled, as if afraid of the light we dared to spark. But beneath our resolve, fear still lingered, and in the depths of the night, Erysichthon's curse loomed ever closer, a dark spectre waiting to consume us whole. The wind howled like a banshee, a mournful cry that rattled the very bones of the earth. In the heart of an unyielding forest, beneath gnarled branches twisted into grotesque shapes, Demeter knelt, her fingers digging into the damp soil, trembling as if to coax life from the blackness. She had come to this place of shadows, where her heart beat unevenly, a drum of despair echoing through the hollow of her chest. Erysichthon, the man who dared to defy her, stood not far away, consumed by his own darkness. He was a spectre of madness, a man made monstrous by his insatiable hunger, a hunger that twisted his very essence into something grotesque and unrecognizable. I remember the moment when I saw him tear into the sacred grove, his axe gleaming like a knife that cuts through flesh, through trust, through reverence. The trees, ancient sentinels of the divine, fell like whispers silenced by the brutal melody of his rage. Each swing was a symphony of destruction, and I felt every strike as a stab to my heart. His laughter, wild and unhinged, pierced the air, mingling with the cries of the dying forest, a cacophony that echoed in my soul. "Why do you weep?" he shouted, his voice thick with intoxication, as if he had consumed the very essence of chaos. "Why mourn the loss of trees? They are but wood and leaf, with no feeling of their own." He dared to mock what was sacred, and my heart ached at his blasphemy. But Erysichthon didn't know, the trees were alive. I had nurtured them, whispered secrets to them, sung lullabies when the stars fell silent. They were my children, and his laughter was the sound of a grave being dug for them. I felt the earth tremble beneath me as I struggled to rise, my spirit tethered to the roots of my beloved grove. "This isn't just wood," I cried, my voice raw and primal. "These trees are the breath of the earth, the lifeblood of humanity. You take away their heart, and you take away ours." He turned, eyes blazing, stained with shadows of a hunger neither of us understood. "And what will you do, goddess? Curse me? Nothing could be worse than the hunger that gnaws at my insides." In that moment, I saw him, a reflection of despair, a man lost in his own endless void. His stomach was a black hole, greed consuming him alive. A shiver ran through me, an understanding of the balance between nourishment and destruction. The divine spark in him was nearly extinguished, buried under layers of excess and fury. But I was not a goddess to be trifled with. In his hubris, he had awakened the storm within me. My heart, once tender, hardened like the bark of the trees he slaughtered. I whispered a curse, a slow, deliberate unraveling of his very being. "You think you know hunger? I will make you feel it, Erysichthon. You will consume, and consume, until your body becomes a wasteland. You will taste your own madness." His laughter faded, replaced by disbelief, a flicker of fear igniting in his eyes. Perhaps he felt the weight of my words, an omen of the depths he would plunge. But the man before me was not just a beast, he was a tragic figure, a reminder of how easily we can become lost in our desires, how easily we can ruin what we love most by chasing shadows. With each tree he felled, I felt a piece of my heart shatter. It echoed in the haunted glade, resonating with the cries of those who had fallen. I knelt there, a mother mourning her children, the forest whispering its final goodbyes. And in that silence, I felt a flicker of resolve, a fire igniting within my chest. "Let the earth swallow you whole, Erysichthon," I murmured, the air thick with my resolve. "Let your hunger transform you into the very thing you destroy. You will never know satisfaction, you will only know pain, until you are nothing but a spectre, wandering eternally in this dark abyss of your own making." The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of decay, a promise of what was to come. Erysichthon staggered back, his expression shifting from arrogance to something deeper, more profound. A glimmer of realization crossed his face. But it was too late. He had chosen his path, and now I would ensure he walked it, alone and forever unsated. I watched as he stumbled away, each step echoing with the weight of his choices. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh, a poignant farewell as I cradled my anguish and rage. I had become a guardian of the grove, the arbiter of balance, but at what cost? The trees may fall, but my wrath would rise. In the distance, the night drew its cloak tighter around the world, shadows lengthening as Erysichthon's cries became lost in the darkness, an unrelenting echo of despair. I stood amidst the ruins, where life had once flourished, and felt the raw pulse of the universe, a heartbeat that mirrored my own, intertwined with the essence of all that would be. And as the moon lifted its face to the sky, I knew, deep within my marrow, that this was not the end. This was only the beginning of a deeper conflict. A cycle of hunger, destruction, and rebirth, a dance as old as time itself, woven into the fabric of existence. I felt the pulse of fate thumping in my veins, and I whispered a promise to the trees that still stood, their roots reaching deep into the dark soil, for it was not just their lives that hung in the balance, but my very soul. My heart ached with the weight of 1,000 memories, and I swayed under the burden of a world forever changed. The line between the divine and the human blurred, and I knew the heavens had watched in silence. I would not be a passive observer, I would be the catalyst of change. Erysichthon may have thought he could escape the consequences of his actions, but I was Demeter. I was the keeper of life and death, and his story was far from over. The clock ticked forward, and with every second, the promise of retribution loomed larger. I reached out to the trees, my heart whispering to them in a language only they understood, as the night wrapped its tendrils around us all, weaving our fates tighter than any bond forged by time. The shadows deepened, and I knew this was only the beginning of a reckoning that would echo through eternity. A faint whisper of twilight crept over the horizon, a curtain of shadows drawn across the blood-soaked battlefield. The air crackled, tense and electric, as the ghostly echoes of fallen warriors drifted through the stillness like lost souls searching for rest. I stood there, heart racing, staring at the horizon where the sun melted into an inferno of crimson and gold. In that moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. I remember the clash of steel and the cries of the dying, but those memories were mere phantoms in the presence of the god who loomed above us, casting a long, dark shadow. Callan, the warrior once full of life, now a shell, a statue frozen in anguish, not from fear, but from the betrayal of his own kind. I saw it in his eyes, those deep, stormy orbs that once sparked with the thrill of battle, now dulled by despair. "Why?" he whispered to the gathering clouds, as if seeking answers from the very heavens that had abandoned him. He was a man draped in grief, haunted by the ghosts of comrades who had turned into mere memories, ashes scattered in the wind. And then there was Meris, the fierce maiden of the forest, wild as the wind and just as untamed. I remember her laughter, it rang like bells, pure and vibrant, slicing through the horror around us. But laughter had turned into sobs, jagged and raw, as she clutched a handful of soil, the earth that had swallowed her kin. "They said the gods would protect us," she screamed, voice breaking, resonating with a primal rage that echoed off the distant hills. In her fury, I felt the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat so strong it threatened to shatter the silence. She was a tempest, and I, the unwilling witness. The pantheon above stirred, their ethereal forms swirling in the ether, observing our plight with an unsettling detachment. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a silhouette cloaked in shadows. It was Elara, the goddess of fate, her gaze piercing like the tip of a spear. She watched with an expression that twisted my gut, pity mixed with an insatiable hunger, the curiosity of one who feasts on despair. "What do you want from us?" Callan shouted, his voice hoarse but steady. "We've bled and died for you." The audacity! Who were we to demand anything from gods who danced in starlight, their laughter echoing through the cosmos? But there was no reply. Only the silence of indifference lay heavy in the air, thick as the fog that rolled in from the sea. And then, a flicker of light. A mere spark, igniting the dark corners of my mind. The prophecy, I thought, the word slipping into my consciousness like a guilty secret. A possibility. What if they intervene? I remember the tension coiling tighter around our hearts, squeezing until we gasped for air. Meris, still clutching her soil, began to chant softly, her voice rising and falling, entwining with the wind. "O deities of old, hear me. If you will not protect us, grant us the strength to fight our battles." It was a plea from the depths of her soul, an invocation that sent shivers down my spine. What had once been laughter now morphed into a symphony of desperation, as the pantheon watched, their expressions inscrutable. And yet, something shifted, a breath, a whisper in the cosmic void. I sensed it, a ripple through the fabric of existence. Elara's eyes flickered, and I dared to hope. Will they respond? Will they listen? But doubt clawed at my heart, a feral beast gnawing at the edges of my faith. Would these gods, who had once promised us victory, now turn their backs as we fell to ruin? In the distance, thunder rumbled, a celestial warning that echoed our plight. Callan stood taller, drawing upon the remnants of his strength. "We are not mere sacrifices. We are warriors, and we will not kneel." His voice cracked like a whip, a challenge hurled into the void. I felt the weight of his words, as if he were reaching out, clutching at the very essence of divinity, begging for recognition. Meris joined him, her voice rising in fervor, and together they crafted a spell of defiance, an invocation that resonated with the earth beneath our feet and the sky above. "Let them come. Let them hear our cries." The ground trembled, and I felt the pulse of the universe respond, a heartbeat that thrummed like a war drum, binding us together in our collective pain and rage. Yet, as the air thickened with anticipation, a fear clawed at me. What if the gods answered? What if they tore through the fabric of our reality, their essence mingling with our chaos? I could almost feel their power, an overwhelming surge that threatened to sweep us away like leaves caught in a storm. The cosmos swirled above, each star a witness, every moment a reminder of our fragility. I dared to glance at Elara again, her form flickering like a candle in the wind, and I wondered, would she be our salvation or our doom? And then, it was as if the heavens themselves cracked open. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the darkness with a brilliance that stole my breath. I shielded my eyes but could not escape the raw energy that surged around us, a tempest of divine fury and vengeance. "This is it!" Callan yelled, the thrill of battle igniting in his veins. "This is our reckoning." But the gods only watched, still and silent, waiting for our final stand, as if the very fabric of existence hinged on our next breath. I felt the air shift, an unshakable tension building like a coiled spring ready to snap. Our hearts raced in unison, a cacophony of defiance that resonated through the battlefield, the cries of the fallen echoing in our chests. "Intercede, gods! Or I swear we will carve our own destiny." Meris thundered, embodying the storm that raged within. And in that moment, we were not broken. We were not defeated. We were alive, fierce, flawed, and unwavering, standing at the precipice of fate, hearts wide open to the chaos of the universe. As the brilliance of divine confrontation erupted before us, I inhaled deeply, catching the scent of soil and rain, of life and death intertwined. There would be no conclusions, no neat resolutions. Only the raw, unyielding truth of our existence, of warriors forged in the fires of despair, of gods who danced in shadows, and of the moment where everything hung in the balance, trembling on the edge of oblivion, waiting for the inevitable clash of fate. In the shadow of a gnarled oak, its branches twisted like desperate hands clawing at the sky, Erysichthon stood, his chest heaving, eyes wild with hunger. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as if the very silence of the forest held its breath, waiting for the inevitable to unfold. Each heartbeat echoed through the stillness, a drumroll for the chaos about to erupt. He could almost taste the soil beneath his nails, a bitter reminder of his insatiable lust for life, for more, for something just out of reach. Just one more bite, he muttered, voice trembling, the words a haunting refrain that had become his mantra. A hunger that had consumed him, gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. The haunting memories of feasts long past danced in his mind, flickering like shadows that slipped through his fingers. He remembered laughter, the clinking of goblets, the warm embrace of companionship, now all shadows in a fading, distant landscape. Across the clearing, a figure emerged, Kaiwan, his sister, her presence a bittersweet anchor in the tempest of his madness. She always had a way of grounding him, of reminding him of the humanity buried beneath layers of greed. But today, even her smile felt like a fragile mask, barely holding together the cracks of despair that had begun to fracture their world. Erysichthon, she pleaded, voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread of a sound that seemed to tremble in the oppressive air. You can't keep doing this. You need to stop. But he couldn't stop. With every word she spoke, the hunger grew, it twisted in his gut like a serpent, coiling tighter. He felt her worry wash over him, but it didn't quell the insatiable void. I remember, he began, the words spilling like a confession meant for the wind. I remember the first time I tasted the sweet tang of roasted lamb, the way the juices ran down my chin, how I felt like I was tasting the very essence of life itself. I was invincible then, Kaiwan. Invincible. His eyes darted toward the tree, the ancient sentinel that loomed above him, its roots twisted and gnarled, like the stories etched into its bark, a testament to the lives entwined with it. And yet, look at what I've become. I'm a hollow shell, a shadow haunting the edges of the feast I once lived for. Keone's face paled, and for a fleeting moment, he caught the flash of fear in her eyes. She stepped closer, her hand reaching out as if to pull him back from the cliff's edge where he stood teetering. You're not just devouring food, Erysichthon. It's more than that. It's your soul. He laughed, a harsh, jagged sound that shattered the fragile tension in the air. My soul? What does it matter? I feast, I gorge, and yet I remain starved. It's not just food, it's everything I've ever wanted. The more I consume, the less satisfied I feel. It's like chasing shadows, Kaiwan. The forest seemed to respond to his anguish, the rustling leaves whispering secrets he could not grasp. The shadows deepened, suffocating the light, wrapping around him like tendrils of despair. He turned away from her, eyes locking onto the massive trunk of the oak, its scars and knots telling tales of history, of endurance. I'll make it mine, he declared, voice trembling with fervor. I'll take everything. This tree, the ground beneath, the very stars above. I will be god of my own hunger. Erysichthon, don't. Keone's voice cracked, desperation lacing her tone. She stepped forward, panic igniting her every word. You can't just take. There are consequences. You can't fight against the gods and expect to come out unscathed. He felt the wind shift, a rumble of thunder rolling through the distance. It was a warning, an omen, but he was deaf to it. All he could hear was the gnashing of his teeth against the emptiness, a clamor that drowned out the world around him. Consequences? He scoffed, fury igniting in his veins. What do I care for consequences when I feel this hunger tearing me apart? And in that moment, as if the universe itself had conspired to echo his rage, the tree shuddered. A cracking sound broke the silence, a low and mournful tolling. The earth trembled beneath him, and he could almost hear the whispers of the spirits trapped within, warning him of the fate that lurked just beyond the veil of his greed. He took a step toward the tree, hands reaching out. I will consume you, he bellowed, voice tinged with madness. "I will take everything from you." Kai-1 screamed, the sound piercing the air like a blade. "Erysichthon, please! You don't understand. There are forces beyond your control." But he was lost, spiraling deeper into the abyss of his desires, the hunger clawing relentlessly. This was no longer about food, it was a gnawing need to conquer, to claim dominion over life itself. The oak shivered, its leaves quaking as though it could sense the impending doom. And in that charged atmosphere, Erysichthon could almost taste the fear, the bitterness of his own desperation mixed with the earthy scent of the forest, both intoxicating and suffocating. With one furious motion, he swung his axe against the ancient bark, splintering wood like the fragments of his own shattered soul. Each strike echoed, a heartbeat in the stillness, an offering to an insatiable god he had created within himself. But as the wood cracked and splintered, a cold chill swept through the air, wrapping around him like a shroud. "Erysichthon!" Keone's voice broke through, desperate and raw, but he couldn't hear her. The hunger drowned her out, a storm swelling within, consuming all that was left of him. And somewhere, deep within the forest, the god stirred, shadows flickering, watching as the insatiable desire unfurled its chaotic wings. He struck again, and again, each blow resonating with the weight of his fear, his madness, his hunger. And as the tree groaned beneath his assault, the sun dipped lower, retreating behind the horizon, casting the world into an abyss of twilight, where shadows loomed long and dark. In that moment, amidst the chaos of his hunger, Erysichthon became acutely aware of something far more significant than himself, something vast and ungraspable. The echo of a clock ticking somewhere in the distance, marking the seconds of his descent into oblivion. But all he could feel was the pulse of his own heart, the thunder of his own rage consuming him whole. And as he drove the axe deeper into the life of the tree, he did not realize he was also severing the last ties that bound him to humanity, to love, to hope. The moment stretched, twisted, and in the silence of his insatiable desire, the world held its breath, waiting for what was to come next. The air hung thick with regret, the kind that seeps into the bones, forcing a chill into the heart of the grove where shadows danced like restless spirits. The trees, once vibrant sentinels of life, now stood as mournful giants, their leaves whispering secrets of a forgotten joy. Erysichthon stood at the tree's base, his hands trembling as he gripped his axe, a tool of destruction gripped by a man whose heart had forgotten the weight of consequence. Each swing of the blade was like a heartbeat, a pulse of violence against the very fabric of nature. I remember the moment the first tree fell. The world held its breath, as if waiting for the sky to crack open and unleash its fury. The crack echoed, a thunderous sound that shattered the stillness, and in that instant, I felt the ground beneath me tremble. It wasn't just wood splintering, it was hope, it was life, it was the laughter of children that would never resound in that grove again. Erysichthon's laughter rang hollow, a dark melody that danced on the edge of insanity. He thought he was powerful, a god in his own mind, yet all he wielded was destruction, and I could see it in his eyes, the madness creeping in like a shadow, consuming him whole. Beside him, I saw his sister, Demeter, her soul woven into the trees, her very essence trembling with each ruthless swing. "Stop," she cried, her voice a breath of desperation. "You don't understand what you're doing." But her pleas fell like raindrops on parched earth, unheard and unheeded. Each word was a thread unraveling, a bond of kinship fraying at the edges, as Erysichthon's obsession with gluttony eclipsed her voice. His laughter morphed into something grotesque, a bitter joke shared only with the wind, echoing back in cruel whispers. I remember how Demeter's face twisted with betrayal, eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, as she watched her brother carve away the very roots of their legacy. The grove was not just a collection of trees, it was a sanctuary, a cradle of memories, a bedrock of dreams. She had climbed those branches as a child, swung from the limbs, and felt the bark's warm embrace. Now, it was being ripped apart before her very eyes. "You're killing us," she murmured, and with each word, I felt the ground beneath me grow colder, as if nature itself was mourning. Erysichthon paused, breathless, the echo of his actions crashing over him like a tidal wave. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in his eyes, but it was extinguished by the insatiable hunger that gnawed at his soul, an appetite that could never be sated. "I need more," he whispered, a confession draped in madness, as if the trees had become mere vessels to fulfill his desires. Each tree he felled was a trophy, a conquest in a game he played against the universe, unaware that he was losing a battle far greater than his own. The evening sky deepened into an inky black, the stars twinkling like distant memories, forgotten in the chaos of human folly. Shadows stretched and curled around us, the grove transforming into a haunting spectre of despair. I felt the weight of the darkness creeping in, laden with the cries of the spirits of the fallen. "We are all part of this," I whispered, but my voice was lost in the wind's howling rage, a warning drowned in the cacophony of destruction. Demeter stepped forward, her heart pounding like war drums. "You don't just destroy wood," she said, her voice fierce, stinging with raw emotion. "You destroy us. You destroy everything." Her words hung heavy in the air, a heartfelt plea that collided with Erysichthon's spiraling insanity. But he was not swayed. The hunger was a beast, devouring everything in its path, and she was just another echo in his mind, a fleeting thought. And then, the moment came, a convergence of destinies. Erysichthon, lost in his delusion, raised the axe one last time, poised to strike down the heart of the grove itself. The ground trembled beneath him, as if the earth was screaming in protest. "It ends here!" Demeter shouted, her voice rising above the storm. I could see her trembling. She was fragile but fierce, a candle flickering against the tempest. But the axe fell, the crunch of bark splintering echoed like a death knell, the final breath of the grove escaping into the night. I felt the air crackle, the spirits rising in a whirlwind of fury, anger igniting the dark sky. They were angry, and rightfully so. The trees, once guardians, now laid bare, their souls stripped away, and I felt a profound emptiness, a void where life once thrived. In that moment, everything changed. The winds howled, mourning the loss, and the shadows deepened. I could feel the wrath of nature, boiling and churning, a force both beautiful and terrifying. The grove seemed to breathe one last time, a gasp of despair that echoed through the cosmos. Erysichthon stumbled back, horror etching itself across his face as he realized the magnitude of what he had done. The laughter that once spilled from his lips was silenced, replaced by a gnawing dread that clawed at his insides. Demeter fell to her knees, the pain radiating through her like a blunt force trauma. "What have you done?" she wept, a raw, haunting sound that clawed at the heart. The ground trembled again, and I knew it was not just her sorrow, the very essence of the grove was mourning, and each tear that fell from her eyes was a memory lost to time. As the last remnants of life flickered and faded, I felt the world shift, a realization dawning, a consequence binding them all in an unbreakable chain. Erysichthon's laughter had become a distant echo, now a haunting refrain of madness that would forever be etched in the annals of nature's heart. And I understood, this was no mere tale of destruction, it was a warning, a reflection of the dark corners of human desire, where the hunger for more could lead to the demise of everything we hold dear. In that dark grove, silence reigned, the aftermath of chaos whispering of a fate sealed by one man's insatiable greed. And as the moon cast its glow, illuminating the way forward, I felt the weight of time pressing upon me, a relentless clock ticking down the moments until the inevitable would come crashing in again. The air was thick with the scent of charred offerings, a grotesque perfume that clawed at the back of the throat. Erysichthon stood amidst the ashes of his own hubris, the remnants of his defiance swirling like smoke around him. Shadows flickered, momentarily illuminating the faces of the gods, their eyes like hollowed-out sockets, watching with a mixture of disdain and amusement. He felt their gaze, icy, piercing, his heart raced, each beat a reminder of the pact he had unwittingly forged. "I remember when the forest was alive," he muttered, his voice barely rising above the hushed whispers of the wind. "I remember the whispers of the trees, the laughter that echoed through the glades. But that was before. Before he carved his name into the bark of sacred oaks, before he cut the roots of reverence, seeking only to satiate his ravenous desires." Phantom limbs of ancient trees reached out from the shadows, their gnarled fingers curling around his thoughts, wrapping tighter around the remnants of his sanity. What had begun as mere arrogance had burgeoned into a cycle of torment, his choices a reflection of a deeper hunger, a gnawing emptiness that no offering could fill. He had thought himself invincible, a god among men, but now he stood alone, draped in the weight of his own making. Across the clearing, a figure emerged from the depths of the fog. A woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows, her eyes glinting with the fire of 1,000 dying stars. Demeter! Erysichthon had mocked her, but her fury now enveloped him like a shroud. You sought to anger the gods, Erysichthon, she said, her voice a melody of sorrow and wrath. And here you are, pleading for mercy as the earth crumbles beneath your feet. He swallowed hard, the taste of regret bitter on his tongue. I didn't mean, but the words fell flat, the wind snatched them away, leaving only silence to fill the void between them. He had meant nothing, yet here she was, a spectre of his past, a reminder of his folly. With each step she took, the ground trembled, the grass wilting beneath the weight of her presence. He felt small, insignificant, a child caught in a storm, desperately seeking shelter. You took from me, she continued, her voice rising like the swell of a storm. And now you will learn the true meaning of sacrifice. Erysichthon's heart raced, a drum echoing in the hollow chambers of his chest. I'll give you anything, he shouted, desperation dripping from his voice like rain on parched earth. Anything you desire. Anything, she repeated, a smile that could chill the sun creeping across her lips. Then you shall sacrifice your very flesh to sate your hunger. A chill splintered through him, freezing the fire in his veins. The ground began to shift, the soil cracking, and from the fissures emerged creatures, twisted, grotesque forms that writhed like worms in the moonlight. Erysichthon stumbled back, his vision blurring. This was his punishment, the gods had turned his own greed against him, a mirror reflecting the darkness of his soul. The shadows of his past danced in the corners of his mind, memories surfacing like ghosts from a forgotten grave. He saw his mother's face, once radiant and warm, now a mask of sorrow. Why, Erysichthon, she had asked as he pilfered the sacred grove. Why do you bring this upon us? He felt the weight of her gaze even now, pressing down on him like the silt of the riverbed, heavy and suffocating. I did it for us, he whispered, the words tasting hollow in his mouth. But it had never been for them, had it? It had always been for him, for the insatiable beast that clawed at his insides, demanding to be fed. Do you see? Demeter's laughter was sharp, a blade that cut through the air. You are nothing more than a glutton, Erysichthon. And gluttons face the greatest hunger of all. He fell to his knees, the earth cool and unyielding beneath him, the taste of fear pooling at the back of his throat. I'll change, he cried, but the world around him pulsed with disbelief, shadows mocking his pleas. Please? Spare me. The creatures encircled him, their grotesque forms inching closer. He could feel the heat of their breath, foul and rancid, like the decay of forgotten dreams. He was being consumed, devoured from the inside out, and still he could not find redemption. Sacrifice, Demeter's voice was an echo, a whisper that wrapped around him like a noose. You wanted to sacrifice something precious to prove your worth. Now you will give all that you are, all that you were. The moon hung high, a pale witness to his unfolding tragedy. Stars blinked above, indifferent to his plight, while the world continued to spin, uncaring. He was nothing. No more than a lost boy scrambling for validation in a world that had long since turned its back. I remember, he choked, struggling against the tide of despair. I remember the taste of fresh fruit, the joy of laughter, the warmth of a mother's embrace. And in that moment of vulnerability, he felt the heaviness of his choices crashing down upon him. Life was not a banquet to be feasted upon, but a fragile thing to be cherished. Yet here he was, a prisoner of his own making, his soul entangled in the web of his desires. The creatures surged forward, a cacophony of anguish and fury, and Erysichthon screamed. It was a sound fueled by desperation, a plea for release that echoed into the void. The gods were watching, but there would be no mercy, only the bitter taste of sacrifice. And as he sank into the darkness, the last remnants of his humanity faded like mist beneath the rising sun, leaving him hollow, a mere spectre of what could have been, forever lost in the shadows of his choices. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and falling leaves, a silence so profound it felt like a warning. Erysichthon stood at the edge of the sacred grove, the moonlight glinting off the blade of his axe, its edge eager for the flesh of ancient trees. A shiver ran through him, not of fear, but of anticipation. He could almost hear the whispers of the trees, their roots trembling beneath the weight of fate itself. A prophecy hung between them, delicate and sinister. "No," he murmured, yet the word felt feeble against the gravity of his intent. He glanced back at his sister, Melanthe, whose eyes were wide and glistening with unshed tears. "You don't understand. This is my birthright." But she did understand. She had seen the signs, felt the tremors of doom ripple through their lives. "The oracle warned you, Erysichthon. You bring ruin upon us." Her voice was a desperate plea, each word a drop of ice on his heated resolve. And he did remember, the words of the oracle echoing in his mind like the tolling of a distant bell, each chime a cruel reminder of the unyielding grip of fate. "Woe unto him who dares to strike the sacred oak. He shall hunger, and hunger will not cease." The prophecy had danced through his thoughts like a shadow, flickering just out of reach. "You think I care about hunger," he spat, the words jagged like glass. "What is hunger but a sign of strength? I will carve my name into history. But fate is a thief, sly and insidious, and it lurked just beyond the trees, waiting." The grove felt alive, the air humming with ancient energy, and Erysichthon's heart quickened. He could almost hear the laughter of the goddess Demeter, mocking him from the depths of the earth. He swung the axe, the blade biting into wood with a satisfying thud, a primal scream of defiance. The tree quaked, sending tremors through the roots, and in that moment, he felt alive. He felt powerful. But power is a drug, intoxicating and treacherous, and with each swing, the air thickened with shadows. The trees bowed, their leaves whispering warnings, secrets lost to the wind. Erysichthon was drowning in his own ambition, and Melanthe's voice became a distant echo, swallowed by the darkness creeping closer. "Stop! You don't know what you're doing." But he did know. He reveled in it. As the final blow reverberated against the trunk, a piercing scream sliced through the night, a cry not of pain, but of wrath. The ground trembled, a ripple of discontent. Erysichthon froze, his breath caught in his throat, as a figure emerged from the moonlit shadows. The goddess herself, her presence a storm of fury, her eyes blazing like twin suns. "Fool," she cried, her voice a tempest, swirling with ages of sorrow. "You dare defile my grove? You will regret this day." And then it hit him, the suffocating weight of dread, wrapping around him like vines. He could feel the prophecy tightening its grip, a noose of inevitability. "No, please, I can change." "I didn't mean to," but her laughter was cold, slicing through his words, echoing in the hollow of his heart. "You sought power, and now power shall consume you." And just like that, the world shifted. The hunger came, gnawing at his insides, an insatiable beast that devoured hope and reason, clawing at the edges of his sanity. Erysichthon fell to his knees, the taste of ashes and despair filling his mouth. "Melanthe," he screamed, but the shadows were already weaving their tale around her. She watched him, eyes wide with terror, a mirror of his own anguish. "Erysichthon, this isn't you," she cried, but he could see her slipping away, the bond of their shed blood fraying beneath the weight of destiny. "You're losing yourself." And in that moment, her words ignited something deep inside him, an ember of doubt, a flicker of clarity. "I remember," the memory surged like a tide, crashing over him, laughter shared, the warmth of their childhood, the simple joys of being alive. "I remember, when we played under these trees." His voice trembled, heavy with regret, yet still suffocated by the gnawing hunger. "Let me help you," Melanthe begged, stepping closer, her hands trembling. "We can undo this curse together." "We can still," but the hunger roared back to life, drowning her words, a cacophony of despair that clawed at his insides. Erysichthon shook his head, despair seeping into his bones. He could feel the walls of his existence closing in, his choices spiraling like a cosmic clock unwound. Could he escape this fate? Would he sacrifice everything, even her, for the hollow promise of power? In that moment, the shadows closed in, their tendrils wrapping around him, no longer just trees but echoes of lives lost, choices abandoned, and dreams turned to ash. A relentless wave of dread washed over him, the weight of inevitability pressing down until he could hardly breathe. "I can't," he whispered, the confession emerging like a ghost. "I'm too far gone. Erysichthon, please." Melanthe's voice cracked like fragile glass. "Don't give in to this darkness. Fight it." But the hunger had a grip on his heart, a darkness so profound it felt like the end of the world, yet it was just the beginning of his torment. He felt himself slipping, the edges of his sanity fraying like a worn tapestry. The moon hung above them, cold and indifferent, a silent witness to the unraveling of fate. Every heartbeat echoed with the weight of impending doom, every breath filled with the promise of a cursed destiny. The confrontation with the goddess loomed like a storm on the horizon, electric and charged with fury. He could feel the forces of the cosmos colliding, spinning his fate into a tapestry of chaos, the threads woven with both triumph and despair. And as the shadows deepened, he realized that fate does not merely dictate, it ensnares, entraps, and ultimately consumes. In the quiet of the grove, where ancient trees stood as witnesses, he faced the abyss of his desires and the haunting echoes of his choices, knowing that the hunger was only the beginning. "May the gods have mercy," he whispered, as the darkness closed in and the prophecy began to weave its final act. The air crackled with tension as the line between desire and destruction blurred into a chilling embrace of fate. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves, a suffocating blanket that clung to Erysichthon's daughter as she stood in the shadows of the ancient grove. The trees loomed high, gnarled branches twisting like skeletal fingers reaching for something just beyond reach, whispering secrets that sent chills up her spine. She could hear her father's laughter, a sound that twisted like a blade in her gut. He was hunting again, hunting for the thrill of it, drowning in the ecstasy of destruction, and she was left to bear the weight of his insatiable greed. "I remember the light flickering through the branches, casting ghostly patterns on the ground," she thought, heart racing as she pushed deeper into the undergrowth. "I remember when we used to play here, when the grove was a sanctuary, not a graveyard for our hopes." Her fingers brushed against the rough bark of a tree, its ancient spirit whispering warnings lost to the wind. Memories flooded her mind, bittersweet and tainted by the lurking dread of what her father had become. Erysichthon. A name once whispered with reverence, now a curse echoing through the forest. The gods were restless, they had warned him, yet he had laughed, a cruel sound that reverberated through the grove, mocking the very deities who had blessed him with life. He had shown no mercy, no remorse. He had cut down their sacred tree, the one that held the heart of the woods, and felt only triumph. Now, the land mourned, and her heart ached for the spirits trapped in the darkness of her father's sins. "Alizia," a voice called, soft yet urgent, threading through the dense air like a lifeline. Her sister, Phyllis, emerged from the shadows, her eyes wide with fear and sorrow. "You shouldn't be here. It's not safe." Alizia turned, her heart pounding, a wild rhythm against her ribs. "Can't you see? We must do something. Father is lost, and the grove is dying. It's all his fault." "His fault?" Phyllis's voice trembled, her brow furrowed, as if grappling with the weight of their reality. "He is our father. What can we do against a god's wrath? Help me. We can't let him destroy everything." Alizia's voice cracked, desperation clawing at her throat. "I can feel it, the pain of the trees, the cries of the spirits. It's consuming us, Phyllis. If we don't act, we'll lose everything we hold dear." Phyllis stepped closer, the sorrow in her eyes a reflection of the turmoil brewing in her heart. "I wish it were that simple. He was once a good man. I can still remember his laughter before the madness took him," she whispered, her gaze distant, lost in memories of a time when their father was a hero, not a monster. "Once," Alizia echoed, the word a bitter reminder of a life that seemed like a dream fading into the fog of their reality. "But this isn't him anymore. He's like a ghost, floating through his own life, consumed by something darker." Together they stood, two sisters at the edge of an abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. They could hear the heart of the grove beating beneath them, a steady pulse that echoed their fear. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. Alizia felt the weight of the world pressing down, and in that moment, she knew they were on borrowed time. "Do you remember the stories? The tales our mother told us about the goddess of the grove?" Alizia asked, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with longing. How she would protect the innocent, how she would rise against those who threatened her home. "Those are just stories," Phyllis replied, but her voice faltered, uncertainty creeping in. What if the goddess is angry? What if she seeks revenge? Then we must stand up to him. "We cannot let the madness win," Erysichthon cried, her resolve solidifying with each word. "He may be our father, but he's no longer the man we loved. We owe it to the grove, to ourselves, to fight back." The moon hung heavy in the sky, an ominous orb watching over their secret meeting, and with every passing moment, the air thickened with tension. The sisters exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, the weight of their father's choices settling heavily on their shoulders. Then, a sound shattered the stillness, a crack, sharp and foreboding as a branch succumbed to the madness. Erysichthon's heart raced. "He's coming," she breathed, fear washing over her like a cold tide. "We have to hide." They ducked behind a cluster of bushes, hearts pounding in unison, breath held tight in their chests. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, heavier with each passing moment, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The shadows danced around them, whispering bitter truths, and Erysichthon clenched her sister's hand, feeling the pulse of fear radiate between them. "I wish I could wake up and find this was just a nightmare," Phyllis murmured, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "Me too," Erysichthon whispered back, but deep down, she knew nightmares could be real. The weight of their father's choices pressed upon them like a dark cloud, threatening to engulf everything they loved. Then came the chilling laughter, Erysichthon's voice slicing through the silence, twisted and maniacal, echoing like a banshee's wail. "More trees for my feast," he roared, a madman reveling in his own destruction. The grove shuddered, its spirit weeping in agony, and Erysichthon felt the ground tremble beneath her. In that moment, surrounded by darkness and despair, she understood the truth laid bare. Their father was no longer the protector of their dreams, but the architect of their tragedy, and she could feel the ancient spirits rising, the weight of their sorrow hanging heavy in the air. Together, Erysichthon whispered fiercely, squeezing Phyllis's hand, their resolve hardening into something unbreakable. "We fight for the grove. We fight for our family. We will not let him destroy us." With hearts pounding and souls entwined, they stepped forward into the darkness, ready to face the horror of their reality. The night trembled around them, and the lines between light and shadow blurred as they prepared for the confrontation that would change everything. The grove waited, holding its breath, while the sisters stood united against the man who had become their enemy, all under the watchful gaze of the goddess they desperately hoped would heed their call. And somewhere, deep within the shadows, the spirit stirred, ready to rise alongside them. The moon hung low, a silver sliver clinging to the edge of the world, as Erysichthon faced the gnarled roots of the sacred grove. Shadows danced in the tremors of the night wind, whispering secrets only the trees understood. He crouched, fists clawing the earth, determination and desperation battling within him. The ground beneath him felt alive, pulsing with an energy that made his skin prickle, yet all he could think of was hunger, an insatiable, ravenous need that gnawed at his insides. "I remember," the word slipped from his cracked lips like a confession, echoing in the silence. "I remember the taste of flesh, the sweetness of it. I remember the hunger, the way it consumes, feasting on the flesh of the world, blaspheming against nature, had been his greatest sin. Yet here he was, reduced to a hollow shell, trembling before the very thing he had devoured. The ground trembled beneath him, the roots writhed like serpents, and he could hear the lament of the trees, their voices rising in sorrow for the fate that awaited him. And then there was Demeter, the divine mother, whose love for the earth was eclipsed only by her wrath. The thought of her icy glare sent shivers down his spine. She had warned him, had sent omens thick as fog. "Do not touch what is sacred," she had said, her voice a melody woven with dread. But he had laughed, hollow and cruel, mocking the gods as he carved away the sacred wood, each stroke a testament to his arrogance. But now, the echoes of his laughter returned to haunt him, mingling with the cries of those he had betrayed. The darkness thickened, stifling, as memories clawed their way to the surface, a landscape of regret and sorrow. His mother's eyes, wide with fear, haunted him. "Erysichthon, please," she had begged, her voice shaking like leaves in a storm. "Do not defy the gods." He had laughed then too, the pure, reckless joy of a man who believed himself invincible, who thought he could carve his fate with a blade and a sneer. Yet here he knelt, the hunger spiraling out of control, a living nightmare, every heartbeat a reminder of his folly. In the distance, the rustle of a figure approached, cloaked in shadows. The air crackled with tension, the scent of rain mingling with something more primal. He turned, eyes wide, heart pounding, as a woman stepped from the veil of twilight. It was her, Hecate, the goddess of magic and the dark. Her voice, smooth as silk yet edged with iron, pierced through the night. "You think you can escape your fate, Erysichthon?" He faltered, the weight of her gaze pinning him like a butterfly on a board. I wanted to be free." "Free?" Her laughter was a knife's edge. "Is this hunger your freedom? Or is it your curse?" A chill ran down his spine. He could feel the shadows tightening around him, wrapping around his throat like a noose. He had thought he could conquer everything, nature, love, the divine, but the truth was, he had only imprisoned himself within his desires, a prisoner of his own making. "I remember," he whispered again, the words a desperate chant against the mounting dread. "I remember when I was whole. I remember laughter, warmth, love, I remember," but the memories were slipping like sand through his fingers, each grain a lost chance, a missed moment. The clock of fate ticked on, merciless and mocking. He could feel the hunger gnawing at his insides, a beast growing bolder, more insistent, a haunting echo of his choices. That which he consumed began to consume him. And then the shadows shifted, and Erysichthon saw her, a vision of beauty and horror intertwined. The nymphs of the grove appeared, their ethereal forms flickering like candle flames, their eyes glistening with the sorrow of the forest. "You have desecrated our home," one whispered, her voice like leaves rustling with unshed tears. "You have taken our lives." He stumbled back, guilt choking him, each breath a weight pressing down. I was foolish," he gasped, the words tumbling out like stones rolling down a hill. "I thought I could have it all. I thought, but the forest was unforgiving." The roots of the trees coiled tighter, dragging him down, down into the earth. "You cannot escape what you have done," Hecate warned, her gaze piercing through the dark. "You have woven your fate with the threads of despair. You are intertwined with those you have wronged." He felt their pain coil around his heart. The weight of their sorrow was unbearable, an avalanche crashing down. "No! Stop!" he cried, but his voice was a whisper swallowed by the night. "I remember," he whispered again, his heart pounding against the cage of his ribs. "I remember the grove. I remember the joy." From the depths of the darkness, a flicker of hope ignited as he thought of his sister, a voice calling to him from the depths of despair. She had always been the light to his darkness, the laughter that filled the void. "Sister," he cried, but the shadows only laughed, mocking his plea. Erysichthon found himself standing at the precipice of his soul, a battlefield strewn with the remnants of his choices. He was a king without a kingdom, a god without worshippers. The hunger clawed at him, a reminder of his sins, and as he stood on the brink, the night closed in, a cloak woven of dread and despair, echoing with the cries of those he had wronged. And there, in that moment of darkness, he realized the true horror of his fate. The hunger was not merely for flesh but for the very essence of life itself, a black hole consuming everything in its path. He had turned against the divine, and in doing so, had turned against himself. Was this his end? Was he destined to be a wraith, a shadow of what he once was? The moon hung overhead, a silent witness to his torment, as he felt the weight of time pressing against him. The boundaries of his reality blurred, and in that pulsing darkness, he understood, the connection between Erysichthon and the figures of myth was not simply one of contempt but of desperation, of longing, of intertwining fates that could not be severed. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came forth. The night engulfed him, and he was left alone with the echoes of his past, the shadows of his future looming ahead. The air crackled with a tension that hummed like a taut string, ready to snap. I stood there, at the edge of the clearing, where the moonlight fought with the shadows, weaving a dance that felt ancient, almost primal. In the distance, I could hear the whispers of the devotees, echoing like lost souls in the night. Their chants, a mix of sorrow and reverence, wrapped around me, slipping beneath my skin, igniting a fire that burned with both fear and longing. It was the festival of Demeter, a night steeped in rituals designed to both honor and challenge the very essence of life and death. "Why do we do this, Lydia?" My brother Caleb's voice broke through the haze, tinged with uncertainty, confusion swirling in his amber eyes. The flickering torchlight illuminated his face, revealing the worry etched upon his brow. He clutched a sprig of barley, a token of our family's sacrifice. "Do we really think she will hear us?" "Because she must," I whispered, gripping my own offering. The barley felt cool and fragile in my palm, a reminder of life's fleeting nature. If we don't call her, if we don't remind her of what she lost, she'll take everything from us. The weight of our shared grief pressed hard against my chest, a reminder of the loss we had suffered, the emptiness that echoed through our home since Mother's passing. The festival was meant to bring us closer to Demeter, the goddess of harvest and fertility, but tonight felt suffocating, the air heavy with the ghosts of our past. I remembered Mother's laughter, her hands dancing in the fields, drawing life from the soil. But now, the fields lay barren, and with them, our hopes. The townsfolk had begun to murmur about curses and omens, deepening the chasm of despair that throbbed within me. "Look," Caleb said, his voice barely above a whisper as he pointed toward the altar, an ornate stone structure draped with wildflowers and grain. The flickering flames of the torches cast long, menacing shadows, and for a moment, I swore I saw the silhouette of a woman, her arms raised in quiet supplication, her eyes glinting with the promise of something dark. "Do you think she's there?" he asked, fear quaking in every syllable. Fear of the unknown, of what lay beyond the veil of our understanding. "Of course she is," I replied, though my heart betrayed me. I felt a chill slide down my spine, a whisper of doubt that echoed the stories of our ancestors. They spoke of Demeter's wrath, of how she had turned away from humanity in grief, leaving the earth desolate. What if she was watching us now, waiting to see if we were worthy of her favor? What if she, too, clung to the memories of loss? The drumbeats intensified, drowning out the quiet panic that began to rise inside me. My breath came in sharp gasps as the rhythm pulsed in sync with the wild drumming of my heart. I found myself stepping forward, drawn into the crowd, my body moving on instinct as the chant swelled around us. "Demeter! Demeter!" The name echoed like a prayer, a desperate call that clawed at the very fabric of the night. Caleb's hand tightened around mine, and for a moment, we were just two siblings seeking solace in our shared grief. I could feel the warmth of his skin against mine, a tether to reality amidst the chaos. But then a figure broke through the throng, a woman draped in tattered white cloth, her face obscured by a veil of darkness. "Offerings," she cried, her voice piercing through the chant like a knife. "Offerings must be made." The crowd hesitated, then surged forward, arms raised, sacrifices trembling in the air. I felt the weight of tension crackling like lightning, the fear that something beyond our understanding lurked just out of sight. Was it the goddess? Or was it the embodiment of our own regrets, waiting to consume us whole? "Lydia," Caleb pleaded, his voice trembling, "we should go." But in his eyes, I saw a flicker of something else, a yearning, a hunger to grasp at the threads of hope that wove through our despair. It was the same hunger that drove me forward, toward the altar, closer to the veil of shadows. As we stepped to the front, I glanced back at my brother, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the young boy he used to be, the one who chased fireflies beneath the twilight, unafraid. "Trust me," I whispered, though doubt gnawed at my insides. Together, we placed our offerings at the altar, barley gleaming like gold in the moonlight, and the crowd erupted into frenzied chants, losing themselves in the ritual that blurred the lines between reverence and madness. I could feel the earth pulse beneath my feet, a heartbeat of its own, as if the land itself mourned alongside us. The air thickened, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. Shadows danced at the corners of my vision, twisting into forms that whispered of past sorrows, of lives lost in the pursuit of survival. The woman in white advanced, her veiled face still hidden, but her presence loomed large, an echo of Demeter herself come to judge us. "What do you seek?" she asked, but her voice was different now, laced with something unearthly. "Is it absolution? Or merely a wish for more life?" Forgiveness, I cried, my voice rising above the chaos, fueled by desperation. We seek to remember, to honor what was lost, to beg for mercy and hope. But within me, a deeper truth unfurled, a realization that throbbed like a wound, raw and open. We were not just seeking forgiveness, we were asking for a reprieve from pain, a chance to reclaim the pieces of ourselves that grief had chewed away. The chants grew louder, a cacophony that enveloped me, shaking the very ground, and for a heartbeat, I thought I could feel her presence, Demeter, hovering between the realm of the living and the dead, burdened by her own losses. What if she was not the vengeful goddess we feared, but a mirror reflecting our own shattered hearts, our own insatiable hunger for connection and love? And as the altar blazed with the fire of our devotion, I understood, in that swirling chaos of longing and desperation, that the legacy of Demeter was not merely in rituals or offerings, but in the love we carried for those we had lost, the pain that threaded through our hearts, a reminder that even in darkness, the flicker of hope could still ignite. The drumbeats thundered as if the world itself was collapsing, urging us to confront the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. I felt the weight of the moment crash upon me, a reckoning of grief, an acknowledgement that loss was not just an end, but a part of the tumultuous rhythm of life. And there, in that moment, I realized, this was not the end. No, it was simply a beginning, an eternal cycle that bore witness to the heart's capacity to endure, to love, to ache. As the night deepened, I found myself standing at the precipice, ready to face whatever lay beyond, caught between the past and what was yet to come. The forest whispered, its breath a rustling hymn of leaves, but the air was thick with something darker, heavier. Erysichthon stumbled forward, heart pounding louder than the crunch of twigs beneath his feet. A raven cawed overhead, its voice an omen, echoing in the hollow spaces of his mind. He could feel the trees closing in around him, like a pack of beasts ready to pounce. It was the curse, it clung to him like a shroud, a relentless spectre that reveled in his misery. Hunger gnawed at his insides, a ravenous beast that devoured his thoughts and twisted his soul. He remembered a time before the hunger, a time when laughter flowed like wine, sweet and deep. But now, each passing moment was a war against insatiable want, a hunger that turned him against everything he once loved. I remember, he murmured, as if trying to conjure the joy of the past. But it slipped through his fingers like sand. In the distance, shadows danced. Someone was there, someone whose presence sent a chill down his spine. It was his daughter, Mestra, caught between the worlds of innocence and the abyss that devoured her father. Her eyes were pools of sorrow, reflecting the bleakness of their fate. She stepped forward, her hands trembling, fingers curling nervously around the hilt of a dagger. "Father, please. We can leave this behind. You can fight it." The desperation in her voice lit a fire beneath the ashes of his heart, warming the cold despair that had settled there. "I cannot," he rasped, his throat dry, as if the words themselves had been laced with poison. "You don't understand. It's not just hunger, it's a darkness that consumes. It's a curse that feeds on me, and I can't escape it." Her face twisted in anguish, caught in the storm of her love for him and the betrayal of what he had become. "You're not just a cursed king, father. You're still my father. Please, let me help you." But what could she offer against a hunger that clawed at his soul, a hunger that was now the very essence of his being? The moon hung low, a fat orb of silver, and as it cast its light through the twisted branches, it illuminated the truth of their situation. In that moment, Erysichthon felt the pull of the abyss. The trees, once sacred and beautiful, seemed to mock him. They whispered of his folly, of the goddess he had angered by cutting them down. They were the guardians of life, and he was the usurper. The hunger surged, a tide that threatened to drown him. He could almost taste the bark of their flesh, the sweet sap that promised relief. I remember, his voice broke, a ragged thread of sound that felt like a confession, the taste of the forest, the laughter of my people. I remember when I was whole. But that wholeness was a ghost now, a fleeting memory eclipsed by the monstrous desires that pulsed through him. Mestra reached out, her palm trembling as it brushed against his arm. "Father, fight it. Please." Her voice was a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. But the shadows loomed larger, dark tendrils curling around his thoughts, choking the light. The world began to sway. For a moment, he stood on the edge of sanity, teetering like a ship lost in a storm, and he saw in her eyes the reflection of his own despair. "I can't." The sudden crack of a branch shattered the moment, and Erysichthon spun around, instincts honed by desperation. There, among the trees, stood a figure cloaked in twilight. It was the embodiment of his curse, a wisp of darkness that seemed to pulse with life, whispering promises of fleeting satisfaction and eternal torment. "Erysichthon," it crooned, voice smooth as silk but sharp as a knife. "You wished for fulfillment, did you not? To consume all that you desire." He shook his head violently, heart racing as the air thickened with foreboding. "I never wished for this. I never wanted to be a monster." The figure laughed, a sound that resonated like 1,000 broken mirrors, each shard reflecting the truth of his downfall. "Yet here you stand, ravenous and unrepentant, driven by a hunger that knows no bounds." Mestra's voice broke through the haze, fierce and unwavering. "You've taken enough. You destroyed everything we loved." Erysichthon turned to her, desperation clawing at his throat. "Mestra, please," but the plea fell from his lips like dry leaves, powerless against the storm of shadows. The dark figure stepped closer, and with each step, Erysichthon felt the pull, a gravity that threatened to consume his will. The hunger surged, and he staggered, visions of blood and bark flashing before his eyes, trees felled, lives ruined, a kingdom crumbling around him. "I remember," he gasped, choking on the weight of his sins. "I remember who I was." With that, the darkness engulfed him. He was no longer Erysichthon the king, but Erysichthon the cursed, lost in a labyrinth of despair. The laughter of his daughter faded into the background, a haunting melody that echoed in the recesses of his mind. He could taste the bitterness of regret, sharp and acrid. And the darkness coiled tighter, whispering promises of an insatiable hunger that would never cease. The last flicker of his humanity flickered like a dying candle, and he felt himself slip away. Mestra's hand fell from his arm, and he was left alone with the shadows that consumed him whole, a king stripped of his crown, leaving only echoes of a man who had once roamed the earth. And as the forest fell silent, the moon watched, a cold witness to the tragedy unfolding beneath its gaze, as Erysichthon's end merged with the beginning of something darker yet, a loop of despair, forever entwined in the echoes of a cursed existence, waiting for the next heart to shatter against its walls. The moon hung like a shard of glass, sharp and cold, casting a silver sheen over the remnants of a world long marred by greed. Tendrils of mist coiled around the gnarled roots of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the damned, of Erysichthon and his insatiable hunger. I stood in that twilight, a ghost among shadows, feeling the chill of the earth rising up through my boots, a reminder of death lurking just beneath the surface. It was in this moment, as the wind sighed through the branches, that I understood the weight of his curse, the haunting reverberation of his actions etched into the very soil. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, around flickering fires, where shadows danced like wraiths. Erysichthon, the king who dared to flay the sacred tree of Demeter, a desecration that awoke a vengeful spirit, a hunger that could never be sated. His tale didn't just end with his demise, it seeped into the hearts of those who heard it, infecting them with dread and awe. I could feel it in the air, thick and suffocating, like the promise of a storm. They said he turned on himself, biting into his own flesh, oblivion his only companion. And then there was Talia, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, burdened by the weight of generations steeped in myth. She was drawn to the trees, to the sacred grove where Erysichthon had sealed his fate. Here, she thought, she might find solace or perhaps a warning. But the forest had its own story, tangled and thorny, and it pulled at her heart like a lover lost to time. Every rustle of leaves echoed Erysichthon's lament, a reminder of his insatiable appetite, and she felt it gnawing at her own soul, that familiar ache of longing. "I remember," she whispered to the night, "the taste of freedom, the thrill of the chase." And yet, she stood there, rooted to the ground, clinging to the remnants of a past she could not leave behind. Shadows flickered at the corners of her vision, dark shapes that pulsed with life, were they spirits of the fallen or merely fragments of her own despair? Her fingers brushed the bark of an ancient tree, warm and alive, a heartbeat that resonated against her fingertips, and she shivered, feeling the pulse of the curse that lingered still. Meanwhile, Lysander roamed the desolate streets of the city, haunted by Erysichthon's legacy. The night was thick with desperation, a chorus of whispered fears swirling like the smoke from a dying fire. What madness begets madness, he thought, pacing beneath the flickering lanterns that lined the cobbled stones, each step echoing like a dirge. He had seen families torn apart by insatiable greed, friendships devoured in the name of ambition. Erysichthon's tale was no longer confined to myth, it was alive and well, breathing through the walls of every home, every heart. "I remember," he muttered, "the laughter that turned to screams, the warmth that turned to ash." There was a weight in his chest, a burden he could not shake off. He wandered deeper into the night, where the city's pulse became erratic, like a drum beaten by a frantic hand. An endless cycle of consumption, this was the legacy of Erysichthon, and it churned in his veins like poison. The streets twisted like serpents, and he could feel the eyes of the past upon him, a legion of ghosts watching, waiting. There was a confrontation looming, an unseen force ready to consume him as surely as it had consumed Erysichthon. The thought sent a shudder down his spine, a premonition that echoed through his bones. Talia stood at the edge of the grove, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a heartbeat that matched her own. She gazed up at the moon, that cold witness to their plight, and the shadows began to shift. The trees whispered in a language long forgotten, a haunting melody that resonated with the ache in her heart. She felt him there, Erysichthon, a spectre of sorrow, the embodiment of every greed-fueled wish. "What do you seek?" she called out, her voice trembling, daring the darkness to answer. "I seek nothing," a voice echoed back, raw and ravaged, the sound of bones cracking under the weight of despair. It was Lysander, emerging from the shadows, drawn by an invisible thread that wound through the darkness like a lifeline. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the weight of their fears collided, crashing like waves against a shore. Here was a shared understanding, a fleeting recognition of the hunger that devoured them both. "I remember," he said, stepping closer, the taste of loss, the bitter sting of regret. They stood together, two souls intertwined by the same haunting refrain, a hymn of tragedy that resonated deeper than myths. The world around them began to shift and shudder, the very air thick with anticipation. The trees groaned, their branches twisting like fingers reaching out for salvation. Erysichthon's curse lay heavy across the land, a shroud of despair, and they could feel its weight pressing down upon them, urging them to confront their fears. The past had become a living entity, breathing, pulsating, and it would not let them go easily. "Will we be consumed by our own desires?" Talia whispered, her voice barely a breath against the weight of the night. Lysander reached for her hand, their fingers intertwining like roots in the earth, seeking strength in the fragility of connection. "Only if we let it," he replied, his voice steady, a beacon in the dark. And in that moment, a fierce resolve ignited between them, a flicker of hope against the encroaching shadows. The echoes of Erysichthon's tale reverberated, pulling them into a maelstrom of emotion and intensity, where the line between love and madness blurred like the veil between dreams and reality. The curse would not be easily dispelled, but as they stood at the precipice, hearts pounding with the weight of destiny, they understood. The myths of Erysichthon were not merely stories, they were warnings, reflections of a deeper truth that could not be ignored. And in that dangerously beautiful realization, they plunged into the night, ready to confront the specters of their past, the ghosts that clawed at their souls, knowing that the aftermath of Erysichthon's story would linger forever, entwined with their own. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, the flickering shadows of flickering flames dancing like lost souls. I stood there, heart pounding, as the wail of a woman pierced the night, raw and aching, a sound that echoed the very essence of despair. It was a cry that reached deep into the earth, where Demeter herself once roamed, her heart shattered at the loss of Persephone. The weight of her sorrow clung to the atmosphere, heavy and suffocating, as though the very sky mourned alongside her. In that moment, I saw her, Elena. Her hair, wild and unkempt, seemed to reach for the stars, a desperate attempt to grasp something beyond her grasp. She was a mirror of Demeter, each tear she shed a tribute to the ancient goddess's endless grief. "I remember," she whimpered, her voice trembling like the flickering candlelight. "I remember the moment she was taken from me, like a shadow stealing the sun." This was no mere dramatization, it was a visceral unraveling, an echo of ancient grief reborn in modern flesh. Beside her stood Marco, his arms crossed tight against his chest, as if holding himself together. His eyes, dark and stormy, flicked between Elena and the pyre, where the offerings lay, a feast for gods, yet a mockery of their hunger. He was a walking contradiction, a skeptic caught in the throes of faith, wrestling with the very existence of the divine. "You can't keep doing this, Elena," he snapped, his voice strained, a mix of frustration and love caught in his throat. "You're chasing ghosts. Demeter is just a story." But stories have power, I thought, and in this moment, they were everything. I remember the seasons changing, she cried out, her hands trembling, as if trying to grasp the fleeting memories. I remember the warmth of the sun and the cold grasp of winter, each cycle, a reminder of her absence. The words hung in the air, charged with an electric desperation. A wind swept through, carrying whispers of ancient rites, of mothers and daughters, of love and loss, echoing through the ages. Elena's despair painted the scene in hues of sepia, as if time itself held its breath. Shadows stretched and twisted, and the flicker of the flame seemed to pulse with life. "You don't understand," she shouted, her eyes wide with an intensity that could ignite the night. "Demeter lost everything. Her only child, stolen away. How can you not feel that?" Marco stepped forward, drawn into her anguish like a moth to a flame, yet cautious, wary of the heat. "And what good does it do to remember? To dwell in the shadows?" His voice cracked, a tremor of vulnerability slipping through. "We can't change the past, Elena. We need to live." "But what if that's a lie?" she whispered, her voice laced with a haunting sorrow that clung to the edges of hope. "What if forgetting is the real death?" The night grew colder, the moon draped in a veil of clouds, a ghostly observer to their confrontation. Elena stood like a statue carved from grief, while Marco appeared as a restless spirit, longing to break free from the weight of their shared history. "I remember the stories, the old myths, and they haunt me," she murmured, her eyes glistening with tears that sparkled like stars. "They remind me of what once was, and what can never be again." As the flames waned, a silence fell, a thick, suffocating silence that felt as though the world held its breath, waiting, watching. It was then that I felt it, the pulse of the earth beneath our feet, the heartbeat of Demeter herself, echoing through time. Love unyielding, sorrow unending. Sometimes, Marco began, his voice a mere whisper against the cacophony of emotion swirling around them. "Sometimes I think she watches us, you know?" From the fields, from the shadows, a flicker of vulnerability crossed his face, illuminating a tormented soul wrestling with faith and doubt. "What if she's still searching? What if she's in all of us?" Elena's gaze softened for a fleeting second, the unyielding anger dissipating like mist under the sun. She took a step closer, their worlds colliding in a fragile moment of understanding. "Then we must honor her, Marco. We must remember our stories. They are our lifelines." The wind howled as if in response, pulling at their clothes, twisting their emotions into a tangled knot. I could almost see Demeter in the distance, a spectre of ancient grief, her hands reaching for the moon, for Persephone, for the lost moments that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. I remember, the words rolled off my tongue, a haunting echo of every loss, every longing that bound us. I remember the cycles, the pain of remembrance, the beauty of fleeting time. And just like that, the tension hung in the air, thick and electric. Each heartbeat reverberated, a drum echoing through the darkened landscape of past and present. The boundary between the ancient and the modern blurred, weaving their souls together in a tapestry of grief and hope, love and loss. As the night deepened, the fire flickered low, leaving them with nothing but shadows and whispered memories, each breath a reminder of what they fought for, what they lost, and what they longed to reclaim. The echoes of Demeter's grief wrapped around them like a shroud, a tapestry of pain and resilience, binding them to a legacy that refused to fade. And in that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, I realized the story was never truly over. It lingered, alive and breathing, a cycle that would continue to entwine their hearts, forever echoing through time, a bittersweet reminder of love and loss, where Demeter's agony became their own, an endless loop that would grip their souls, even as the flames flickered and the night deepened. The ground shuddered beneath her feet, a low rumble that seemed to echo the shifting tides of her soul. Demeter stood at the edge of the field, her hands trembling, every heartbeat an electric pulse of dread. Wheat stalks bowed as though in mourning, whispering secrets of a harvest denied. The sky hung heavy, a tapestry of ash-grey clouds, pregnant with a storm that mirrored the turmoil within her. She could feel it, a gnawing absence, the silence where laughter should have been. "I remember when the earth was alive," she murmured, her voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. "I remember when I could reach down and touch the soil, and it would whisper back, 'I am here, I am yours.' But now?" Now it felt like a grave, a dark, echoing void where life once flourished. Persephone, her daughter, was gone. Taken. The air crackled with unspoken words, each one a dagger in Demeter's chest. She had shielded her, nurtured her, wrapped her in the warmth of the sun and the embrace of 1,000 blooms. But the moment she had let her wander beyond the borders of their sacred home, darkness had swept in, stealing her joy, leaving only a hollow ache where her heart used to sing. "Come back," she whispered, the words slipping through her lips like prayerful smoke, curling into the wind. "Please, come back." But the fields offered no answer, just the soft swish of stalks swaying in the brewing storm, a cruel reminder of what she had lost. And in the shadows, behind the twisted trees where the light faltered, lurked Hades, a spectre clad in the night's embrace, his gaze like a black hole, pulling her in. He watched her, his expression unreadable, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. She felt the heat of his stare scorch her skin, a blend of anger and longing igniting her insides. "You took her," she hissed, each syllable laced with venom. "You stole her from me." And he laughed, a sound like shattered glass, echoing in the void. "I gave her a choice," he replied, his voice smooth, like oil on water, slipping through her defenses. "She was curious about the world I inhabit. Who am I to deny her the darkness?" But it wasn't darkness she sought, it was freedom, a chance to be more than the girl she had always been. And as Demeter fought against the waves of grief crashing over her, she remembered. She remembered the times they had laughed together, the warmth of summer evenings filled with stories, the way Persephone's eyes sparkled when she spoke of dreams, of a world beyond the fields. Now, anxiety clawed at her throat. She had nurtured the earth, but the land had turned against her. "You don't understand," Demeter shouted, anguish stripping the words from her. "You don't know what she means to me." And in that moment, she was not just a goddess, but a mother, raw, exposed, a wound that would never heal. In a nearby village, the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow that felt like a cruel joke against the growing shadows of her despair. People moved like phantoms, heads down, eyes averted. They felt her pain, how could they not? The grass refused to grow, the trees stood bare, and the crops withered as if the very earth mourned alongside its goddess. A young farmer named Lysander watched from afar, his heart heavy. He had loved Persephone from the moment he first saw her, her laughter like music that could make the flowers bloom and the sun shine brighter. Now, as the air hung thick with sorrow, he couldn't shake the feeling that she had been lost to him forever, caught in a realm where light dared not tread. "You're not alone," he thought, even as he felt the distance stretch between them, a chasm of despair he could not bridge. Days blurred into one another, a relentless cycle of night and day, where Demeter wandered the fields like a ghost, seeking answers in the depths of sorrow. Shadows danced around her, taunting her with memories, and she could not escape the weight of her own grief. She could feel time slipping through her fingers like grains of sand, and with every passing moment, the world around her faded. "Do you remember?" she asked the wind, hoping for a whisper in return. "Do you remember the blossoms in spring? The laughter of children chasing fireflies?" But silence swallowed her words, leaving nothing but the heavy air that pressed against her chest. It felt like drowning, each breath a desperate gasp for air, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. Then, in the distance, a flicker, a light. Hope surged through her veins, igniting a flicker of warmth in the cold pit of despair. She ran, her heart pounding, each step a prayer to the cosmos. But as she drew closer, the light morphed into a dark cloud, swirling with shadows that beckoned her closer, tauntingly. "You think you can just take her back?" Hades' voice echoed in her mind, a sinister reminder of the price of defiance. "Let her go!" Demeter screamed, her voice raw and wild, carrying the weight of her desperation. "You have no right to keep her." And the shadows laughed, a cacophony of haunting echoes that pierced through her resolve. But she could not give up. She would fight, not just for her daughter, but for the earth that trembled beneath her feet, for the dreams that had been ripped away. Memories of laughter, of joy, of love rushed back like a torrent, filling her with a fierce energy. "I will reclaim what is mine," she vowed, standing tall against the darkness, against the shadows that sought to consume her. And as the storm finally broke, rain pouring down in sheets, she could feel the earth responding, trembling as though it had awakened from a long, dark slumber. The very ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with life, and she felt the roots of every plant, every tree, every blade of grass, rallying behind her. A promise was being forged, a promise that would echo through time, weaving a tapestry of strength and resolve. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the din of the storm. "I remember love. I remember light." And in that moment, the confrontation loomed, electric and alive, a reckoning that would shake the foundations of the world. The earth beneath her feet surged with energy, a reminder that life could not be contained, that love would always find a way. As the first flickers of lightning split the sky, illuminating the shadows, Demeter felt her heart beat in time with the pulse of the universe. This was not just her fight, it was for every mother who had lost, every heart that had ached, every soul that had yearned for something lost. And in that fierce connection, she found her power, a force as ancient as the earth itself, a raging storm ready to unleash its fury. The ground shuddered beneath her feet, as if it, too, mourned the loss. The air was thick with the scent of withering leaves, and the sun hung low, drenched in blood-orange hues, casting long shadows that danced like lost souls. I remember the moment she fell to her knees, fingers clawing at the earth, as though by grasping the soil, she could pull back the warmth that had slipped away. Demeter's heartache spread like wildfire through the fields, and with it came an icy chill that whispered through the trees, echoing her despair, a mother's grief, an indelible ache that made the world itself tremble. Her name was Elena, and she was no stranger to loss. She was wild, unruly, with hair that twisted like the vine of a grape, and eyes that held storms. But here, in the twilight of autumn, she was a mere shadow of herself, consumed by the spectre of her daughter's absence. Each day, she wandered through the husks of what once thrived, the sunflowers turned to dust, the vibrant greens a memory burned into her mind. Seasons spun around her, but time had no meaning, it was a never-ending cycle of pain and longing. Across the field, dark clouds rolled in, and with them came her brother, Marcus. He moved with purpose, but his heart was heavy, a lead weight dragging him down. "Elena," he called, his voice breaking against the silence. He didn't understand the depths of her sorrow, how it twisted and coiled like a serpent in her stomach. "We have to prepare for winter." "The crops, she spat, a fire igniting in her veins. "What does it matter?" "Everything dies, Marcus. Everything." The wind howled in agreement, wrapping around them like a mournful embrace, shaking the branches of the gnarled trees that stood witness to their strife. He closed the distance, desperation etched on his face. "I know it hurts. I feel it too. But we can't let her memory. She let out a bitter laugh that echoed in the emptiness. "What good is memory when the present is a grave? Do you think Demeter cares for our harvests while her daughter rots in the underworld?" The shadows of twilight crept closer, their fingers curling around her heart, squeezing until her breath came in rapid bursts. In that moment, she was haunted, not just by the loss of her daughter, but by the weight of their lineage, the burden of gods and mortals tangled in a dance as old as the earth itself. She felt the pull of seasons, the cycle of birth and death spinning out of control, and her soul screamed against it. "Remember last spring?" Marcus's voice was softer now, a balm to the wound, but it only reminded her of the vivid colors that had once surrounded them, the laughter of children echoing through fields bursting with life. "The way the blossoms covered the ground? How they promised life. We can't lose that hope." Hope! Such a fragile thing, like a whisper carried away by the wind. She shook her head, tears blurring her vision. Hope is a cruel mistress. It reminds us that we once had joy, only to snatch it away without warning. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the darkness enveloped them, wrapping around their hearts like a shroud. Did the earth feel her grief? Did the cycles of nature share in her torment? She wanted to scream to the heavens, to challenge the gods, to ask them how they could allow such suffering to take root. The weight of the world pressed down on her, paralyzing her with despair. And then, a flicker of movement caught her eye, silhouetted against the dying light. A figure emerged from the depths of shadow. It was a woman, cloaked in midnight, her presence commanding the air around them. Elena's breath hitched, and Marcus placed a protective hand on her shoulder. "Who are you?" he demanded, though his voice trembled. The woman stepped closer, revealing a face both haunting and beautiful, as if carved from the very night. "I am Persephone," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves, whispering secrets of the underworld. "I have come to remind you of the cycle, the ebb and flow of life and death." Elena's heart raced, recognition laced with terror. You're her." The specter of her daughter's absence loomed larger, a void that felt insatiable. "Why are you here? What do you want?" The turning of the seasons is no accident. Persephone's gaze pierced through the darkness, her eyes reflecting the stars. "Everything you know is entwined in the tapestry of loss. Demeter's sorrow brings winter, but with it comes the promise of spring." "Promise?" Elena shouted into the abyss, her voice breaking. "Tell that to the dead. Tell that to my child." Persephone stepped forward, her presence both calming and terrifying. "You must understand that pain is not the enemy. It is a part of the cycle. Without sorrow, how can you recognize joy? Your grief is a testament to love, and love is eternal." Elena felt the weight of those words pressing against her chest, a dagger of truth piercing through the fog of despair. "But how? How do I bear this?" "Accept it," Persephone whispered, her voice a gentle caress. "Embrace the seasons, for in each ending, something new is born. You are not alone in this. The earth remembers." As the last light of day slipped away, Elena's heart beat faster, each pulse resonating with the whisper of roots beneath the soil. Could she truly find solace in this cycle of nature? The air thickened with the scent of damp earth, and a soft rain began to fall, a soothing balm for her soul. In the distance, the wind began to howl again, an echo of the mother's grief, but there was something else, a hint of warmth, a promise carried on the breeze. The world around them shifted, and for the first time, Elena felt a flicker of understanding pierce the veil of her heartache. The tension crackled in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken words, and the shadows around them thickened like the fabric of night. As the seasons turned, as nature breathed in and out, she realized she stood not at the edge of despair, but at the dawn of something new. But what future awaited them in this cycle of grief and rebirth? As the rain fell, mixing with her tears, she understood that the story was far from over. She could hear the whisper of the earth, the call of the seasons, the echo of life intertwined with loss, forever circling, forever beginning again. The moon hung high, a gnarled claw of silver scraping the midnight sky, and in the shadows of the ancient grove, Erysichthon's heart raced with a feverish hunger. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled roots twisted and writhing beneath him, whispering secrets only the night could understand. A chill skated down his spine, but it wasn't fear, it was a longing, an insatiable desire that gnawed at his insides, a void that demanded to be filled. The relentless need for more. "Foolish man," the wind hissed through the branches, a mocking laugh echoing off the bark. He could feel the echo drumming in his skull, a reminder of the arrogance that had led him to this moment. Erysichthon, king of all he surveyed, had dared to challenge the divine. He had cut down the sacred tree of Demeter, thoughtlessly hacking away at the very roots of life. The ground trembled beneath him, as if the earth itself bore witness to his folly, and the air crackled with a tension that was almost palpable. He remembered, how could he forget, how the tree's face twisted in agony, how its bark wept sap like blood, how the air thickened with an ancient sorrow. The echo of that moment haunted him, taunting him. "You are nothing without me," it whispered. "You sought to carve your name in the annals of eternity, and yet you've only sown your doom." As he staggered deeper into the grove, he stumbled upon a figure, a woman, ethereal and shimmering with an otherworldly light. Her presence unnerved him, like the calm before a storm. Persephone, with her crown of flowers wilting at her temples, stood there, an embodiment of the seasonal cycle, life and death, rebirth and decay. "Do you feel it?" she asked, voice as soft as a sigh yet heavy with sorrow. "The roots of your arrogance have grown deep, stretching into the abyss. You think yourself a god, yet you are merely human, flesh and blood." Her words stung, and Erysichthon glared, defiance sparking in his chest. "I am king. I can take what I desire." But even as he spoke, he felt it, an emptiness gnawing within him, a hunger that no amount of feasting could satisfy. "I can't stop," he whispered, the confession slipping from his lips like the last breath of a dying man. "Your hubris is your downfall," she replied, the shadows deepening around her. "You seek to consume, but your hunger will consume you." In that moment, he saw the truth flicker in her eyes, a truth that pierced through the veil of his arrogance, revealing the hollow space within. He saw the ghosts of his past victims, the victims of his greed, their eyes glassy and hollow, their pleas for mercy echoing in his ears. Each face was a reminder of the destruction he had wrought, the lives he had devoured in his insatiable pursuit. Panic clawed at him. "No. I can change," he cried out, desperation clawing at his throat. "I can be better." But the words felt empty, like a promise made to a dying flame. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Erysichthon stumbled, collapsing to his knees. "You think you can escape your fate?" Persephone's voice was a cold whisper now, and the trees began to sway ominously. "The gods will not let your actions go unanswered." The air turned thick, electric, an omen of the wrath to come. From the shadows emerged the spectre of hunger itself, a grotesque figure, its mouth stretching wide, filled with rows of jagged teeth, each one sharp as the blade that had severed the sacred tree. The embodiment of his endless desire, it loomed over him, slathering with anticipation. "No!" Erysichthon gasped, feeling the weight of his choices crashing down on him like a tidal wave. "I can't, please, but it was too late." The creature lunged, and the world spun into chaos. He felt the all-consuming sensation of being devoured, his flesh tearing before him, devoured by the very hunger he had once wielded like a weapon. Then, in that moment of raw despair, another figure emerged from the darkness, his mother, a woman of strong will, her heart once pure but now twisted by his reckless abandon. "Erysichthon," she cried, her voice rising above the tumult. "You could have been so much more, yet you chose this path. You traded love for greed." Each word cut deeper than the last, revealing the fissures of his soul. "I didn't want this," he screamed, but the truth lay bare. Each moment of self-indulgence had poisoned his spirit, and now the poison seeped into his very bones. The hunger surged, gnawing at him, and he turned to flee, to escape the jaws of his self-destruction. But where could he go? The shadows stretched and twisted, morphing into the very shape of his own insecurities. They followed him, whispering secrets of his past, the laughter of friends turned to scorn, the murmur of lovers who had left him, all replaced by an insatiable void. "Stop running, Erysichthon," the voices called, and he felt the truth of his hubris closing in, a vice tightening around his heart. "You stole from the gods, and they will take their due." He collapsed to the ground, the weight of the world crashing upon him. "What have I done?" he sobbed, tears mingling with the earth, the raw agony of realization seeping into his bones. The shadows circled closer, a swirling vortex pulling him deeper into despair. And in that desolate moment, as the moon shone down, illuminating the darkness, Erysichthon understood, he was not merely a king, he was a man consumed by the very hunger he thought would elevate him. The laughter of the heavens echoed, a haunting reminder of the balance he had disrupted, a cycle that would never allow him to escape. There, kneeling in the shadows of his own making, he was met with the most profound silence, a silence that echoed the depth of his loss, a silence that promised retribution. The night stretched on, endless, and Erysichthon's heart thudded heavily, a drum beating the rhythm of his impending doom. The trees whispered, the wind moaned, and in that sacred grove, where hubris had once danced, the divine retribution awaited, lurking in the shadows, ready to claim what was rightfully theirs. The air is thick, heavy with an unshakable tension that clings to the back of your throat like a forgotten scream. There, in the heart of a dying grove, Demeter stands, her silhouette sharp against the pale moonlight. She has felt the earth tremble beneath her, a warning as ancient as time itself, a mother's heart clenching in dread. The trees, once teeming with life, now whisper secrets of decay, and her voice, oh, how it trembles like the last leaves of autumn. Erysichthon, she cries, a name laced with fury and despair. Her breath shudders as she senses the insatiable hunger that gnaws at his soul, a hunger that has rendered him a wretched shadow of a man. Erysichthon, once a proud man, now a desolate figure, roams the ruins of his choices, his hand stained with the blood of 1,000 trees. He tears through the remnants of what was once a sacred grove, where he dared to defy the very goddess who nurtured the earth. His laughter echoes, a sickly sweet sound that turns bitter in the chilled night air. I will feast until my belly bursts, he shouts to the shadows, his words ricocheting back like the taunts of ghosts long gone. But with every bite, with every morsel consumed, he feels a gnawing emptiness, a void that deepens with each act of gluttony. I remember the day when he first challenged the goddess, a day when the sun hung low and ominous in the sky. What is your worth, Demeter? He had sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. What can you give that I cannot take? In that moment, he had carved his fate, a wound that would bleed through the ages. Her eyes, once warm as golden grains, had hardened into flint, and the earth itself had quaked in response. You will know hunger, she had whispered, her words laced with a sorrow that echoed through the ages. The night stretches on, the moon now a cold sentinel watching the unfolding tragedy. Shadows twist and writhe around Demeter's feet, whispering tales of betrayal and loss. Each tree stand, a monument to her grief, each root a reminder of what was taken. The eeriness wraps around her like fog, and she senses her own heart fracture beneath the weight of it all. Each piece of her soul, a sacrifice to a son who could never understand the depth of her love. And Erysichthon, in his relentless pursuit of pleasure, feels a flicker of something deeper, perhaps regret, or is it fear? He stumbles, the earth beneath him feeling less like solid ground and more like quicksand, threatening to swallow him whole. Am I a man, or am I a monster? The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. Yet the answer, like a cruel joke, eludes him. There is no escape. You can hear the echoes of a lost world in the rustling leaves, hear the lament of Demeter as she watches her beloved land wither before her eyes. I remember when the earth danced, she whispers to the night, her voice quaking with emotion. When the flowers bloomed like laughter, and the rains fell like a gentle kiss. But those days are ghosts now, shadows flitting just beyond her grasp. Every heartbeat is a reminder of what has been lost, and every breath a plea for redemption. Erysichthon thinks of the banquet he threw, the lavish spread of food and drink, the laughter of his guests mingling with the clinking of goblets. What is the worth of a tree compared to the pleasures of flesh, he had declared, his voice booming with pride. But now, as he sits alone beneath the stark branches, their skeletal hands reaching for the sky, he feels the gnawing emptiness in his gut as an insatiable beast. Each bite of food feels like ash in his mouth, each moment a painful reminder of his solitude. The laughter that once echoed now becomes a haunting refrain he cannot escape. Time, that relentless river, flows on, wrapping around them both. It's a cruel mistress, laughing as it pulls them further into the abyss. Demeter, the once bright goddess of grain, now a spectre of despair, feels the weight of the ages pressing down upon her. I remember my children, she whispers, a soft breath against the biting wind. I remember their laughter, their joy, and how the sun once rose to greet them. But her children are long gone, their lives snuffed out like candles in a tempest. And Erysichthon, lost in the labyrinth of his own desires, experiences the first stirrings of doubt. He had thought himself invincible, immortal in his greed, but with every passing moment, he feels the goddess's wrath pour over him like black rain. What if I am no longer a man? What if I am merely a shadow, a wisp of smoke doomed to drift forever? The thought gnaws at him, a relentless whisper in the back of his mind, and in that moment, he realizes, the hunger that consumes him is not just for food. The confrontation looms, a dark storm gathering on the horizon. The air crackles with unspoken words, emotions boiling beneath the surface. Demeter stands tall amidst the dying grove, her heart a mix of sorrow and rage. You will pay for your arrogance, Erysichthon, she vows, her voice a solemn vow carried on the wind. You will know the depth of despair, the taste of your own destruction. And in that moment, the world holds its breath. Shadows flicker, the trees whisper their secrets, and the moon bears witness to their fateful dance. Erysichthon stares into the abyss of his choices while Demeter confronts the ghost of her lost love, the pain of motherhood piercing through the night. In this haunting tableau, time stands still, and the very fabric of their beings is woven into a tapestry of despair, hunger, and inevitable confrontation. This is where their stories entwine, where their destinies collide, and where the echoes of history reverberate through the ages. The stage is set, the players in their tragic roles, and the weight of their choices hangs heavy in the air. Each heartbeat, each breath, is a reminder of the cycle of love and loss, of creation and destruction, a dance as old as the cosmos itself, an eternal loop that binds them both in its merciless grip. And as the shadows deepen, the moon watches on, an indifferent spectator to the human experience, a guardian of secrets lost to time. The cycle continues, without end or resolution, a haunting reminder that some stories must be lived again and again. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness of the night. Shadows stretched across the cobblestone streets of the ancient city, each one cloaked in secrets, heavy with the weight of stories untold. I stood at the threshold of the alley, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the pungent aroma of something lost. Fear coiled in my stomach, tight as a noose, as a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure emerged from the darkness, a woman, her hair wild, eyes aflame with desperation. She clutched something to her chest, breathing like a wounded animal. "Help me," she cried, her voice breaking like glass. I could see it now, a tattered scroll, ancient and crumbling, ink fading like the memories of those who once lived. My heart raced, a primal drumbeat urging me forward, but doubt gnawed at me. I remembered the stories, the tales woven through generations, each culture spinning its own variation of the myth. Was this scroll a key to understanding, or merely a gateway to madness? She was Maria, a historian with a passion that burned as fiercely as her need for truth. But the truth was a fickle mistress, it enticed, only to betray. The myths, they're alive, she gasped, her breath hitching as she clutched the scroll tighter. They haunt us, shape us. Look at the shadows, they whisper. Her hands trembled, and I felt the weight of her realization settle like a shroud. Her companion, Elias, lingered at the edge of the alley, a figure of stoic uncertainty. A scholar, grappling with the ghosts of his own past. He had spent years in dusty libraries, cataloguing fables that twisted and turned through history, each one echoing the torment of humanity. "Maria, you have to understand," he murmured, the words barely a whisper. "These myths aren't just stories. They're warnings." The air crackled with tension, a palpable force drawing us together. I could feel the gravity of their emotions as if they were threads weaving through the fabric of our reality. Maria's eyes held a storm of confusion and determination, while Elias exuded a quiet dread, the burden of knowledge weighing heavily on his shoulders. "Every culture has its own monster," he continued, his voice steady yet strained. "The Greeks had the Minotaur, the Norse spoke of Fenrir. But here," he gestured into the darkness, as if the shadows themselves could swallow him whole. "Here, we create our own." Suddenly, the wind howled, swirling around us like a tempest. I felt the chill seep into my bones, twisting the air into a grotesque symphony of dread. Maria unfolded the scroll, her fingers brushing against the fragile parchment. "This speaks of a creature," she whispered, her voice trembling. "One born of fear and despair, feeding on the nightmares we dare not confront." I leaned in closer, entranced yet terrified, as her words painted images in my mind. "It has many names," she continued, urgency thickening the air. "In one culture, it's a shadow, in another, a specter of regret. But it is always there, lurking, waiting for the moment of weakness." Elias stepped closer, his brow furrowed, eyes locked onto Maria's. "We need to confront it, to understand what it truly is. It's not just about legends, it's about us. About who we are beneath the myths we tell." His voice trembled, revealing a vulnerability that cut through the night. But Maria's gaze was distant, lost in an abyss of thought. "What if we cannot face it?" she murmured, an edge of panic woven through her words. What if it consumes us instead? A chill ran through me, a visceral fear that wrapped around my heart like a vice. I remembered the stories of those who had ventured too deep into the shadows, returning forever changed or, worse, never returning at all. The shadows shifted, a menacing presence creeping closer, and I could almost hear the whispers now, echoes of the past, tales that danced like flames, laughter twisted into screams. I shuddered, fear clawing at my throat. We have to try, I finally said, my voice breaking the suffocating silence. We can't let it win. Maria's eyes flickered with resolve, a spark igniting in the midst of her despair. But how, she asked, her voice a fragile thread. How do we fight something that exists in every culture, in every heart? Elias stepped forward, his voice steady. We face our own fears, he declared, his intensity like a beacon cutting through the darkness. We acknowledge the myths that bind us, the pain they embody, and we find the strength to rewrite them. As if summoned by their words, the wind howled once more, swirling around us with a savage ferocity. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage as if desperate to escape. The shadows grew thicker, and I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, urging us to remember. I remember, I began, each word a thread pulling at the tapestry of the past. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales of lost souls wandering the earth, searching for redemption. I remember the fear that kept me awake at night, the whispers that echoed through the halls of my mind. The shadows danced closer, a sinister ballet of despair and longing. I remember the myths that shaped me, that told me who to be, I continued, my voice gaining strength. And I remember the pain of trying to escape them. Maria's eyes locked onto mine, a spark of understanding igniting between us, while Elias nodded, his expression a blend of determination and fear. Together, he said, his voice a low rumble, we can confront what lies beneath. But we have to do it now. The darkness loomed overhead, a vast expanse of uncertainty, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of the moment. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming in my veins, a rhythm that felt both familiar and alien. Let's rewrite the myth, I declared, the words spilling from my lips like a mantra. Let's transform the fear into strength, the despair into hope. As we stood on the precipice of the unknown, I could feel the shadows receding, if only for a moment. The air shimmered with possibility, a raw electric current that ignited the depths of my soul. We were bound by our fears, but we were also free to redefine them. I took a breath, the taste of destiny lingering on my tongue. This was just the beginning, a door opening to a world where myths could evolve, where they could be transformed into something infinitely more profound, a tapestry woven from the threads of our shared human experience. And as the clock struck 1, marking the passage of time, I knew we were no longer merely characters in a story. We were the authors of our fate, and the myths would tremble at our feet as we dared to confront what had long remained in the shadows. The clock ticked heavily in the dimly lit room, echoing like a heartbeat in a void of desperation. Each tick was a reminder of the choices that had led them here, to this moment where the air was thick with unspoken words and fear. I felt it in the marrow of my bones. The walls closed in, shadows flickering like distant memories. Celia stood there, a statue of defiance, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the coarse fabric of her dress. I saw the fire in her eyes, a blaze fueled by betrayal and resilience, burning through the heavy veil of male hubris that had suffocated her for so long. Her heart pounded for justice, for the recognition of her worth, a warrior spirit trapped in a world that sought to diminish her light. And there was Marcus, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his stance a fortress of arrogance. He looked at Celia as if she were nothing more than an obstacle in his path to power. "You think this is some kind of game?" he sneered, voice dripping with condescension, the weight of his privilege resting heavily on his shoulders. Each syllable was a dagger, piercing through the fragile air, and I could almost hear the sound of his male pride cracking like ice beneath the weight of truth. I remember, Celia's voice broke, but she drew in a breath, steeling herself. I remember the nights when I'd whisper my dreams into the dark, hoping the cosmos would hear me. I remember the way you laughed when I dared to speak of ambition, of a world where women could rise, not just be subservient shadows. Each word was a bloody battle cry, rising from the ashes of her suppressed self. Marcus shifted, irritation flickering across his face like a poorly cast shadow. Dreams don't pay the bills, Celia. Reality does. The arrogance in his tone was as palpable as the stench of smoke from a dying fire. He thought he had it all figured out. He didn't see the storm brewing in her soul. A tension wrapped around us, thick and suffocating, a noose of expectations and unyielding roles. The silence that followed felt like a chasm, gaping wide, threatening to swallow us whole. I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, the countless women who had come before, silenced, dismissed, their voices drowned in a cacophony of male prowess. Celia stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet an altar of her truth. "You don't understand what I carry," she said, her voice rising like the tide. "I carry generations of women who have been told to shrink, to fit into molds crafted by men who fear our power. You think I am here to play by your rules?" She paused, the air electric, charged with the kind of energy that could ignite a revolution. "I am here to shatter them." And in that moment, I could see her not just as a woman but as the embodiment of the feminine divine, intense, fierce, unyielding. The ancient goddesses who had fought their own wars, whose whispers still echoed through the ages, found a voice in her. Fearless, she stood on the precipice of change, teetering between the past and an uncertain future. But Marcus, fueled by the ghost of his father's legacy, would not yield easily. His face twisted, a mask of incredulity and rage. "You think your tears and your rage will change anything? You're just a woman, Celia. What do you know of power?" The laughter that followed was cruel, a jagged edge slicing through the fragile air, and I felt the room constrict around us, the walls heavy with his disbelief. But Celia's shoulders straightened, her gaze unwavering. "I know more than you think. I know that a woman's heart is a battlefield of untamed hopes. I know that love can be a weapon sharper than any sword." Her words hung in the air like the scent of rain before a storm, and I felt the pulse of potential crackling with each heartbeat. The shadows danced, flickering at the edges of our confrontation, whispering secrets of the night. I could almost hear the echoes of women long past, their ghosts rising to witness this clash of wills, a living tapestry of strength and vulnerability woven into the fabric of time. "Power is not just in the fist," she continued, her voice now a low hum, resonating with the force of ages. "It is in the mind, in the heart, in the spirit that refuses to bow. Your hubris has blinded you, Marcus. You cannot see that I am rising, that I will not be subdued." His laughter faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The air was thick with tension, a palpable force that pulled us closer to the brink of something monumental. There was a moment, a fleeting second, where the world stopped. I felt the universe holding its breath, waiting to see if she would leap. Her heart raced, matching the rhythm of the clock that had once haunted us, now a metronome for courage and defiance. And then, as if summoned by some divine force, a single tear streaked down Celia's cheek, a glimmer of vulnerability amidst her strength. "I remember," she whispered, voice trembling like the wings of a moth drawn to the flame. "I remember the women who fought for their voices, who stood against the tide of oppression. I am here for them. I am here for me." And in that heartbeat, I saw the universe shift. Her pain, her strength, it was a tether connecting her to every woman who had ever fought for recognition, for respect, for the right to exist beyond the roles assigned to them. Celia took a step forward, the shadows swirling around her like a cloak of empowerment. The air crackled, thick with the potential of change. "Do you see me now, Marcus? I am not just a woman. I am a force, an unstoppable tide." And as the dim light flickered, a promise hung in the air, the darkness whispering secrets of impending transformation. I knew, in that moment, that this was only the beginning. The confrontation, the unraveling, the rebirth, it was all unfolding before us, a powerful dance of the feminine divine rising defiantly in the face of male hubris. The room trembled as we stood on the precipice of something greater, charged with the electricity of unfulfilled dreams, hearts laid bare, and the haunting echoes of history entwined with the pulse of the present. The air hung thick with despair, a silence that screamed louder than any cry. The earth trembled beneath me, roots clawing for life in the cracks of a parched field. I could almost hear their whispers, the desperate plea from the soil, and the echo of a mother's sorrow. each heartbeat synchronized with the pulse of a dying world, and there, in the middle of that barren expanse, stood Demeter, a figure both radiant and haunting, a goddess tethered by her grief, her love for Persephone a chain of fire that burned into the very fabric of the land. I remember the day the sun vanished, swallowed whole by a storm of ash and shadow. Farmers dropped to their knees, their hands stained with the blood of their harvest, crops wilted under the weight of loss. Among them, a man named Lysander, rugged and broken, his hands trembling, fingers flecked with soil and despair, watched as his last hopes shriveled before his eyes. "What have we done?" he whispered, voice barely above the rustle of dead leaves. The ground beneath him was a grave, and he was its mournful caretaker. Then there was Talia, my sister, a wild spirit now dulled by the relentless grip of grief. She stood beside me, eyes glazed, filled with memories of laughter that now tasted like ash on her tongue. "It's not just the crops," she said, her voice steady yet shaken. "It's everything. It's the laughter of children, the warmth of shared meals. It's life itself that is dying." I could see her heart, raw and exposed, wanting desperately to return to a time when the earth smiled, when Demeter's presence was a blessing, not a curse, when her daughter danced among the flowers. But that day, the flowers were ghosts, remnants of what had been. The wind howled, a banshee's wail echoing through the hollow fields. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something, a truth, a reckoning, was lurking just beyond the veil of our understanding. I felt it pulse in my veins, a rhythmic thrum that mimicked the ancient tales of the goddess who ruled grain and harvest. Demeter, in her infinite power, had cast a spell over our lives, and now we were mere puppets caught in a tragic play. The sun dipped low, a dying ember, as Talia knelt, fingers sifting through the dust. "This is the end, isn't it?" she breathed, a trembling whisper that sent chills racing down my spine. "We've lost her." I wanted to scream, to shake her from this bleak reality, but the truth was a cold hand gripping my throat. We had lost more than a goddess, we had lost faith. I remember the tales, those stories told in the flickering light of fires, where Demeter's search for her daughter was woven into the fabric of existence. Each season marked by her sorrow, the earth responding to her tears. Winter, a desolate morning; summer, a brief reunion, each cycle a reminder of love's immortal wound. But what if that love could no longer mend the rift? What if the bond between life and death had frayed beyond repair? Lysander's voice broke through the echoes of my thoughts. "We must do something," he urged, desperation etched across his face like deep lines in the earth. "We can't let her fade into the shadows. We need to find Persephone." The words hung in the air, heavy, like the promise of rain that would never fall. An impossible task. A quest filled with ghosts and echoes, yet it sparked a flicker of hope, however fragile. "Hope?" Talia scoffed, bitterness lacing her tone. "What good is hope when the world is dying? When the very essence of life is slipping through our fingers like sand?" The desperation in her voice gripped me, squeezing my heart until it ached. What would we have to sacrifice? Could we face the abyss and emerge whole? This was not merely an issue of agriculture or seasons, this was a war against despair, a battle for existence itself. As night enveloped us, the stars blinked above like distant memories, shining in the dark canopy of despair. I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, a reminder that while we were small, we were also part of something vast and ungraspable. I found myself drawn to a vision, Persephone, caught in the underworld, a queen among shadows, her laughter silenced, her vibrant spirit dimmed. I remember, I murmured, the memories flooding over me like the tides of a forgotten sea. I remember when the fields sang with life. The shadows around us seemed to shiver, a whisper of the goddess herself passing through our midst. Was she there? Watching? Listening? The thought sent a shiver racing down my spine, mixing fear with a strange sense of connection. Perhaps she was closer than we believed. Perhaps Demeter's grief was not just a physical manifestation but a living, breathing entity that surrounded us, wrapping us in its sorrow, a profound reminder of the stakes at play. "Listen," Lysander said suddenly, tension radiating from his frame. "What if we offered something? A tribute to her? But what do we have left?" Talia snapped, the raw edges of her wounds laid bare. What can we give a goddess that would even mean anything now? The stillness of the night thickened, and in that moment, I understood. It wasn't about what we could give, it was about our willingness to face the shadows. To face Demeter's pain. To stand against the tide of despair and say, we are here, and we remember. The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the earth listened, the roots still reaching for life. I could feel Demeter's heart, pounding in sync with mine, and I knew, then, that her impact was lasting, eternal. Life ebbed and flowed, and so did grief, a cycle intertwined, unbreakable. With every heartbeat, we would plead our case, we would remind the earth of lost songs, of vibrant colors, of laughter that once filled the air. And as the stars flickered above, I felt the weight of our choices, our sacrifices, and perhaps, just perhaps, the promise of a new dawn waiting to break over the horizon, a rebirth forged in the fires of grief, a resurrection born from love. For the goddess of grain and harvest had not abandoned us, she was merely waiting, waiting for a spark, a whisper, a promise. And in that waiting, we found our reason to fight. Together. The moon hung like a ghostly eye, watching as the leaves of the sacred grove shivered with dread. Just moments ago, laughter had filled the air, carefree and bright. Now, it was an echo of oblivion, swallowed by the shadows that danced around Erysichthon. His hands trembled, clenching the knife that glinted in the pale light. He stood before the ancient tree, its gnarled roots like fingers gripping the soil, whispering secrets of the earth to anyone willing to listen. But Erysichthon was deaf to their lament. The hunger gnawed at him, a predator within, demanding more, the very essence of life, the relentless craving for sustenance that would never be satisfied. I remember the ache in his eyes, the desperation carved into his bones as he drove the blade into the tree's bark. Each slice was a rebellion, an act of defiance against the gods, against nature, against his own insatiable need. With every cut, the tree wept, a sap that mirrored the tears pooling in his soul. How did he not see? Did he think the gods would simply turn a blind eye to this sacrilege? Did he believe that the earth could be tamed, that he could sate this monstrous hunger without consequence? And then there was Demeter, the goddess cloaked in the sorrow of the land, the very essence of harvest and decay, who watched from a distance. The tension in the air thickened, laden with her silent fury. How could she not feel anguish as her sacred grove fell beneath the weight of his greed? With every slice, Erysichthon not only felled a tree, he severed the fragile threads of the world, unraveling it into chaos. I remember how her heart broke, how she screamed into the void, and yet, her voice remained unheard, lost among the rustling leaves. But it was not just the trees that felt his wrath. No, there was a small boy, a child of laughter, innocence, and unchecked curiosity, who wandered close to this unfolding tragedy. I can still see him, a whirl of golden hair, a bright smile that could pierce the darkest of nights. His name was the Ros, and in his eyes, the stars twinkled with promise. He crept closer, drawn by the echoes of steel against wood, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the pale veil of his boyish dreams. "Oh, please don't hurt it," the Ros called, his voice trembling with fear, as if each word could somehow mend what was already broken. But Erysichthon's eyes did not soften, they were wild, untamed, filled with an emptiness that swallowed the light. This boy, this child who should know nothing of the world's cruelty, had stumbled into the heart of darkness, a place where innocence went to die. I remember the shudder that ran through the grove when the blade struck true. The tree shuddered and fell, crashing like thunder, sending splinters flying in a macabre display of destruction. Time slowed. The boy's eyes widened in horror, and for a moment, the universe held its breath. Erysichthon stood among the wreckage, a giant draped in shadows, while the Ros was just a flicker of light, dimming under the weight of despair. And in that moment, Erysichthon's hunger grew, not just for food, but for power, for dominance over his own fate, an insatiable void that would never know satisfaction. "I remember," he rasped, the words trembling on his lips, "I remember when I thought I was a god." The bitterness dripped from him, pooling on the ground, mingling with the blood of the fallen tree, staining the earth with regret. But Demeter would not remain silent forever. Her wrath brewed like a storm, a tempest of divine justice that unleashed itself with a single, searing thought. "Let him feel the hunger that he has wrought," she declared, her voice a thunderclap that shattered the stillness around them. In that instant, Erysichthon found himself ensnared by a curse deeper than any mortal could fathom, a hunger that devoured his very soul. I watched as he staggered back, a beast unleashed, a man consumed by an ache that would never be filled. He turned to the Ros, the boy now a trembling leaf caught in a gale. Erysichthon's gaze shifted, the predator within him awakening, hunting not for food, but for the boy's very essence. "Help me," he roared, desperation bleeding into madness, but the boy stood frozen, tears cascading down his cheeks, a mirror reflecting the agony of a world lost to greed. In that moment, the sky darkened, thick with clouds that echoed the turmoil below, and I felt the weight of inevitability settle over me. This wasn't just a tale of a king and a curse, this was a mirror held up to our society, a reflection of our relentless pursuit of more, of food, power, and validation, often at the cost of our very humanity. I remember feeling the pulse of history in my veins, reminding me of the suffering that echoed through time. Erysichthon lunged, driven by a frenzied need that transcended logic. The boy screamed, a sound that ripped through the air like a knife, but that scream was swallowed by the relentless hunger that gnawed at the king's insides. And then, as if the universe itself had conspired against him, the walls of his own desires closed in. Each bite he took from the world only filled him with an emptiness that grew wider, deeper, swallowing him whole. I stood in that grove, a witness to the unraveling of souls, two lives intertwined, each holding the weight of their choices in trembling hands. In this moment, I could feel the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of something greater, a sorrow that transcended time, a reminder that the consequences of our greed echo far beyond the immediate. The shadows lengthened, wrapping around us like chains, binding them to a fate they could neither escape nor comprehend. As I lingered in this scene, I could feel the tension building, an electric charge that made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream, to shout that this cycle could be broken, that we could learn from the lessons that history screamed at us. But instead, I stood still, a ghost among shadows, caught in a narrative as old as time, a tragedy that refused to fade, a cautionary tale etched into the fabric of our very existence. And as the moon continued to watch, detached yet ever present, I understood, the story of Erysichthon was not just his own, it was ours, too. His hunger, his destruction, his insatiable desire mirrored our own, an endless loop of chaos that tethered us all to our deepest fears. With every heartbeat, with every breath, I felt the weight of longing, the shadows that lingered around us, waiting for the moment we could break free, or succumb forever.